Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the lands of Aecathan. No professionals, no fancy tech, just a group of women playing an all-original game of Dungeons and Dragons. I'm Jeff. I'm your game master of choice this evening. Not that you have one.
I see. I remember a vote.
You'd still be our choice anyway.
That's true.
Absolutely.
That's
I
sweet.
mean, mostly.
You're just giddy because you leveled.
Oh, yeah, we did.
We are.
Again? Today?
Woohoo, we can handle that.
Yeah. So let me tell you what's happened in the last episode, if you haven't had a chance to get caught up. After weeks and weeks of trying to track down the truth of a myth that came to the group from a children's storybook from before the Shattering, this group has been trying to track down whether or not there are or were actually good dragons in the lands of Aecathan.
Spoilers.
It took an enormous amount of investigation, time, travel, but you ended up in what your friend, the leader of the Sasaran, Mother Tassa, informed you were the ancient conclave caverns where the dragons of old would meet on supposedly neutral ground. And as it turned out, through your explorations over the last week or so, you discovered that these conclave caverns had been turned into the prison for the metallic dragons. They were in fact real, but they were in some sort of magical stasis. They couldn't be reached, they couldn't be awakened. After fighting a variety of guardians and solving several puzzles meant to keep out anyone but the beings that built this prison, you discovered how to free the metallic dragons.
Sure did.
And scattering throughout the caverns, you each took part in the ritual to awaken the dragons, and kind of an anticlimactic ritual. I mean, you got to the altar that you needed to be at, you sliced your palms open so you could put your blood on the altar, and all at the same time you went thump, and there was
no big boom,
no chimes, no boom, no sizzle, no flash, no nothing.
no big bada boom.
It wasn't until Mother Tassa returned to the catacombs holding the golden dragons that she informed you that it did work. And that the stasis fields were down, the dragons were waking up. Eventually, you got to meet with the leaders of the various septs of dragons, the brass, bronze, copper, silver. And you, along with Mother Tassa and Sekuthos, sort of quickly caught them up on how this all came about.
The last 100 years or so of, in a nutshell.
And then Aecathan, the leader of the Silver Sept, asked Mother Tassa why she was speaking all of this. Why didn't she just meld minds with them and tell them everything that she wanted them to know and
resume your normal form.
And resume your normal form. She was very confused. Well, as it turns out, she was a gold dragon.
All along.
All along, but she didn't know.
Which we knew.
It had been locked away in her mind, the memory of her draconic existence, to protect her from the curse that trapped all the other metallic dragons. And she was labeled Tassaprunatiel the Sentinel. And it was prophesied by the Verlaxi before they were cursed by this same spell and turned into the Thwilnu, that she would one day facilitate their re-emergence into the world. So she resumed her natural form. There was some consternation about the fact that Zorith had been holding this particular memory for some time. The leader of the Bronze Sept, Remidi, stated unequivocally that there were going to be side effects in the future, but she wasn't sure exactly what those would be, but that something was going to happen.
Yep.
And then they departed to seek out their former lairs or to find new lairs. And after, of course, giving their oath that they would aid the goodly peoples of Aecathan in their fight against the chromatic dragons and the orcs, they also left it up to the four of you, who they bestowed upon the title of Dragonkin.
Yep. I wrote that
I don't
down.
really even know
That-
what that means.
Yeah,
Not
no,
yet.
you don't know. You get the idea that it's kind of a big honor, but you don't know any specifics of anything.
We're kind of a big deal.
They said that it would be up to the four of you to decide how to bring the land of Aecathan back to the knowledge of good dragons. And both Tassa and Aecathan said that they would be available to you if you needed a demonstration.
Yes.
And then they all departed, leaving only you four, Tassaprunatiel, and Sekuthos. At which point, Tassaprunatiel said right before she left that it was time for Sekuthos to drop the pretense and tell everybody what was actually going on, and then she vanished as well. And Sekuthos revealed to you that he was in fact an avatar of the god Costas, the god of trickery, and had been palling around with you all because Aermagh had made you all sound like so much fun.
Yep. That Airman.
And he basically said that unfortunately he couldn't continue because one of the rules was once you found out who he was, he could no longer travel with you.
And now he has to go back and tell his mother.
Well, now he has to go back and, absorb this particular avatar back into his cosmic self. And he has to explain why he did a couple extra things to help protect everyone, which he technically shouldn't have done, but he is the god of trickery, which also makes him the god of mischief. So you got the sense that this wasn't the first time he was going to have to sort of mea culpa to Terora.
His mother.
Yes. And with that, he disappeared, leaving you standing in the center of the Conclave Caverns, which now feel very, very empty. And that's where we begin tonight.
Weird.
Yeah. A lot happened last week.
We look around. I look around.
I'll help you.
I'm just gonna stand there and just look around. I'm not looking for anything in particular because we've kind of already been through this cavern. But
Yeah, you've explored the entire thing. You look around, physically it doesn't appear any different but it feels different.
Got it.
Like you didn't realize it was there until it's gone now, but there was a subtle sort of magical hum to the entire place, which is no longer there.
That makes sense.
Well,
Oh, Zora. You have the ability to teleport us to Romani Keep and the tower, right? Is that
correct.
it? Or do you
Yes.
you don't have teleport yet? Okay.
Well, no, I have teleport, but only those two places.
You just have circle. You don't have
Yes.
teleport yet. Okay, so those are our options.
So what is our goal at this time? To start telling people about the dragons?
Well, she wanted us to go to the Susaran, but is that first? I feel like
No.
Who's most important in terms of knowing that the dragons have come back?
Probably Aermagh, and then all of these surrounding cities able to be touched by the far towers.
I feel like we need to go see Lord Bonethane first. I mean, that's what we had our dispensation from the army is to do this.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we could reach out to Arelakis and see if he and Lord Tremane could meet us in Aermagh to hear it as well. But
Oh, that's actually a good point. I don't know if their teleportation circle is back up and running.
I wonder if Arelakis can just teleport though.
I'm sure he can.
Well, they had all those spells when they teleported to the woods constantly.
Right. So
We might need to do sending.
yeah,
Oh,
get
sorry.
us closer to like if we got to Romani Keep or the tower, if somebody could get us from there to Aermagh.
Right.
And we can go. You can go to the tower, right? We can teleport to the tower. Okay.
Yes.
For sending messages, I would like to give some warning, heads up to the people back in my clan about what's happening, and then let them know that I'm on my way to talk with them in more detail.
I don't think we should tell anybody about the dragons oversending though.
No. Okay.
I mean, what could happen? Like, what are we worried? Are we worried that somebody's going to get that information and then
I think
take them out?
I think it's a matter of order of Lord Bonethane needs to know first.
Major capital city and the army.
Right. That's who sent, allowed us to go do this versus Lord Tremane.
I feel like we have to at least send a sending to the Sasaran. Not the Mother Tassa is a dragon, because that's a little crazy.
That's a conversation for a face-to-face.
I
But
thought we
A
couldn't.
sit down.
I thought you couldn't contact them via sending, right? Wasn't that the whole, like, why we had to go find them the way we did? There's like not a way to contact the Susaran without going in person.
That is correct.
Ah,
While
damn
they're
it.
in their winter habitat, they are insulated from magical scrying and magical communication. That's
Dude.
why they winter there.
Okay.
Why we had
Because no one can find them.
And it's still winter.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
It's been about 10 days since you
since we left.
got
Okay.
to the Sasaran.
It
So,
feels longer.
I know.
Okay.
I know.
Well, we can I was thinking that we could maybe talk to Obras, but if we just show up there, then I think And Aerlocus and Thunder's Edge would probably be smart to say, hey, you need to meet us. We have information. What do you suggest?
Is Oberus back in Bellinamard though?
We don't know yet.
You don't know yet.
Because he was at the tower with Mother Tassa and all of us just recently.
Right. She went and pulled him out of what he was doing in Bellinamard. I would have
Yes.
thinking he probably went back, but we don't know by now what they figured out.
No. I
Okay.
have no idea.
But maybe he can meet us at the tower and get us to Aermagh.
Yeah. Maybe he can. I wish I knew more locations, but as soon as we get to Aermagh, I'm going to beg for theirs.
They didn't give it to us?
They did not.
No.
We hustled our bustle out of there way before. Because we had to go immediately and... we had to go immediately and Thunder's Edge didn't have one, so we couldn't go from circle to circle. So we didn't even use the circle. We just used teleportation by proxy of spell.
Right.
So sending to Oberus, teleport to the tower.
Yeah. Okay. What should we send to Oberus? Oberus, we have Oberus, Tasha here.
Headed to the tower. Can
Headed
you meet
to-
us there?
Headed to tower. Yeah, just that. Okay, so
Need to get to Aermagh
right. Oh,
quickly.
need to hitch a ride to Aermagh. Okay. So there we go. Sending. Oberus. Tasha here. On our way to tower.
Can you meet us there?
Can you meet us there? We need transportation to
Aermagh.
Aermagh.
Quickly.
You can reply to this message.
There's a pause, as there usually is. Then you hear, "Hello, Tasha! I'm not at the tower, so I'm afraid I can't help you.
Ah, damn it.
But feel free to use the circle.
Okay.
I look forward to hearing about your latest adventures. Ta-ta."
We can ask, what's the other, when we get there, we can ask the other guy.
Andrews?
Andrew.
Yeah.
Somebody there has got to be able to teleport us to Aermagh. Right?
Yeah.
They teleported down, right?
Right. Okay. So
Or they might have a circle written somewhere.
An address book. Looks like
Let's
this.
steal that.
Black.
Where's our thief when we need him?
He busy.
Currently on another plane.
okay, so I'm gonna send another sending to Oberus and say, can you meet us in Aermagh? We have very big news. You need to hear it and see us in person.
The Obras?
Yes.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna send.
Well, you're going to send that one, right?
Right.
Okay.
I just sent it.
And he says, "Oh, big important news. I suppose I could get away this evening and meet you where?"
Well, he meet us at the tower. Right? Can he meet us at the tower and teleport us all to Aermagh?
Can you meet us at the tower? So I send that back. Can you meet us at the tower and teleport us all there?
Oof. I'm afraid not. Teleport is not a spell that I have prepared. I've been casting quite a bit today.
Oh.
I'll be lucky to have enough left to use teleportation circle.
All right.
But I will meet you tonight, say... yeah, of course. My brain has failed me. Hold, please.
At the inn?
I will book a room at the Cozy Blade.
Ah, excellent.
That's an Aermagh. We have to get to Aermagh.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna go to the tower and ask somebody to teleport us. All right. So I send another message. I'm using my 4th level slots. To my boss.
Okay.
And I say, we have found what we were searching for. We have much to tell you. We will be in Aermagh hopefully this evening. We'll meet you at the tavern, or you know what I mean. Like, what do we call it? Jojo's.
The Shouting Pirate.
Yes, we'll meet you at the Shouting Pirate. You can respond to this.
Yes, I know that. All right. Well, if this means what I think it means, you're gonna need to talk to Bonethane too. I'll get that set up for the morning. Safe travels.
Should I send one to Lord Tremane too? No? Okay.
I was gonna say, if you were gonna send to anybody, I would say
Aralakis.
Yeah.
Asking if he could bring Tremane to Aermagh in the morning for a meeting.
All right.
Well, is that what we wanted to do?
Yeah, I think so. Like, we need to tell as many people as we can all
at the same time.
Yes.
We have, I think, like, we have a loyalty to Tremane, and especially Gwenlauren, but it has to go like
proper channels
protocol, right? Like, if we tell Tremane before Bonethane, it's gonna be
no.
So if we tell them at the same time,
right? So Aralakis, or no, right?
Yeah.
Aralakis, Tasha here. We have learned many things, and we need to talk to Lord Tremane and tell him what we have found. If you could please bring him to Aermagh tomorrow, we can set up a meeting at the Drowsy at the Shouting well, where?
We would
Lord's Manor.
At the Lord's Manor.
At the Lord's Manor. Tasha.
Wow. Really? You want Tremane and Bonethane in the same room at the same time? Okay. I'll tell them. And, what the hell? I'll be there in the morning, at least.
Excellent. All right. Let's go. Let's go to the tower.
To the tower.
I take my chalks and I start drawing my fancy circle.
All right.
And I make the address for the Tower of Azanor.
Okay.
And before I finish the last one, I say, "Let us come through true." And I finish the last sigil, and the light springs up, and everybody hustle in.
Okay. as you cast the spell,
Son of a bitch. I should have known.
you notice something different.
About what?
Her magic.
Oh,
No.
shit.
And you don't immediately have time to process it because it's a relatively quick spell. And it seems to work. You all rush in and find yourself in the bottom floor of the central tower of Azenor. But as you're, kind of clearing your vision from the flash and the translocation, you're searching your head, trying to figure out, why did that feel different? Roll me an Arcana check, Zorith, if you would.
Oh, not very good. Oh, hey, not horrible. 14.
14 is enough. The magic didn't at all feel slippery in your grasp. In fact, it felt like, as it started to try to slip out of your grasp, it was almost like you'd sprouted talons at the ends of your fingers and stabbed into it and held it and forced it to do what you want.
Ooh.
And at the same time, you also realize that in your nostrils, very, very faintly, is the same scent you began to notice in the caverns.
Since no dragon.
He said dragon, magic, mage, sorcerer.
So we're gonna have to figure out what that means. That would be super fantastic, not gonna lie.
But you are on the bottom floor of the central tower in the Azenor school.
What time is it?
It's probably mid-afternoon.
Okay.
At this point, you've kind of lost all sense of time. You're not really even sure. Well, yeah, Tasha knows. Tasha knows exactly how long you were in there. You were in there for 6.5 days.
Oh. Okay. And what time is it right now?
Mid-afternoon.
Okay. So
we should go find Indrus first.
Mhm.
Tell him nothing. Just tell him we need to make it to Aermagh. Does he have the address?
Or if someone can teleport us either.
Or if
Yeah.
someone can teleport us. He doesn't need to know nothing.
I have a question.
Yes.
So, Arabelle does, not Pam, sorry. I wonder if we could send, this would be loaded and he may not want to do it, but given everything we have, we don't have necessarily the time to travel back to the Susaran. I wonder if Jojo would go.
I think telling him in general that his mom not is a dragon. We don't have time for that quite yet. But says, hey, maybe, I don't know.
Like if we told him, could he go tell his brother?
Would he leave his tavern for an extended period of time?
He did a couple weeks ago.
It's a really big ask to have him go back to where he's been exiled.
I know, I just don't know how we're gonna get down there.
It'll take a bit.
It'll
take a bit.
Okay. Right. She wanted us to do that relatively quickly. Okay. We'll just keep thinking of things.
I do want to go, but I mean, I wish we could send. But we've got to do this first. I mean,
Right.
this is very
Right.
big.
I mean, we have to. I mean, the
Yeah.
state of the country is in our hands. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the Sasaran are so kind of far removed from that right now.
And they're all happy in their winter home, so.
Yeah.
I don't want them to worry about Mother Tassa too long.
I tell everybody about the didn't feel it flipping. I mean, I know you all heard it, but I would tell you guys about it as well to let you know that.
I wonder what else will be side effects. That's a pretty good one, though.
Good one, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like when you ate the fruit or acorn?
Did it feel like when I ate the... No, probably more a bigger grasp of it.
This was different.
Yeah.
Because it literally felt like in your mind, the hands that grasp the magic every time you attempt a spell sprouted talons and dug into it so that it could not slip at all.
That's amazing.
Yeah, so I tell everybody.
Maybe someday you'll be able to fly.
Well, I have my boots.
Yes, but I don't know what being dragonkin means. Or
Well,
soulkin. That's it. Soul.
Oh yeah, we're all dragonkin
Yeah.
touched, I think, and then supposedly I'm soulkin. We'll see.
All right.
All right.
So it's mid-afternoon. You're in the teleportation chamber of the tower.
Anybody there?
No.
I put my hand on Gwen Lauren's shoulder and say, we'll tell them together. Hopefully it will be less of a shock if they all have time to confer within their lordly capabilities. And we're gonna go to the library to see if we can find Andrews.
Okay.
As we're walking, remember the thing we met in the forest before we got to the Susaran, the Guardian?
Yeah.
I wonder if Tasha could send a message to it to tell Aermagh that we'll be there as soon as we can. Everyone is safe.
That's not a bad idea. Not that.
Is it a spirit naga or something? I don't know.
Yes.
What.
Can I send a sending to a spirit naga?
It's an intelligent creature.
Woohoo!
But maybe it could go with it because, like, it seemed like they had some sort of relationship, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know. Just
Well,
it's the only thing I can think of to get any kind of message to this.
Yeah.
well, let's wait for a hot minute and try to figure
it
out.
doesn't be right now. Just wanted.
Okay.
I forgot about it.
We may be able to teleport Thunder's Edge or, something.
Right.
We don't know what's going to happen next with our.
Right. If after tomorrow, Arlacus can take us to Sandy Cove on the way home, that'd be fine.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. If they want us to get the dragons there, we could be in Aermagh for weeks.
We could also fly on a dragon.
We could totally fly on a dragon.
All right. So you make your way to the library. You see students running in front of you, some students coming out.
Not really time to see Aaron. We got things to do, boys and girls, and just try to find
You would know where the older teacher mages are, right?
No, we've been to Enders's.
We've been to Indris's office.
Oh, so let's just go there.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep. We head to Indris's office.
As you head up there, You come up the stairs, out onto the floor, and see him just walking into his office.
Excellent.
We chase him down.
Okay.
Tackle him.
Really?
No.
Okay.
Only once.
Right.
Probably not a good idea to tackle a wizard.
Okay.
It's not.
Well, as you approach his door, you see it swinging closed.
I knock.
Do you catch it before it latches?
I'm gonna try.
All right, make a dexterity check. Just a straight dex check.
18 plus something. 18 plus dex. Plus 4?
Easy.
22.
Easy. And you see him walking around his desk, and he kind of stops and his head comes up as he realizes that he didn't hear the door close. He turns around.
I peek my head in.
Oh, sorry. Welcome back. How can I help you?
Sort of an emergency. Do you have
It's
the
always
address?
an emergency with you.
Yeah, I know. Fate of the world and all. Do you happen to have the address for Aermagh in the teleportation circle? Or know someone who will?
Oh, of course. We have the addresses for every place. Every known place. But those are strictly restricted to faculty and administration.
We're meeting Obras in Aermagh tonight, and we have to be there. The only one I'll take from you is Aermagh. That's the only one I
Well,
need.
the only one you'll take from me is nothing.
Then would you
are
like to go
neither
with us?
Staff nor administrator.
Can you cast it and we can just hop in?
We would
Oh.
really appreciate it.
Oh, well, I suppose.
I
Thank
mean,
you. Thank you so much.
I start fumbling in my pockets and I pull out like 10 gold.
Oh. That is not necessary.
Well, that shows you that we're desperate, and
Yes,
thank
I've
you.
got that. That seems very clear.
I mean,
All right, fine. Give me 10 minutes. I
Thank
shall
you.
meet you back in the teleportation chamber
upstairs. Got it.
downstairs.
Downstairs. Oh, downstairs. Where we came in at. Yeah,
Yes.
I would know that. Nikki does not.
Okay.
I forgot. As we walk out, sometimes people only respond to money, and sometimes it just helps to pave the way a little bit, but
But no.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's insulting.
I don't really care if he's insulted by me offering. And like he said, we do always come through and have it be urgent. I don't know why he doesn't automatically think it's urgent, I guess.
And so far.
Yeah.
He's just kind of grumpy.
So, Tasha,
Yes.
you have an extremely good memory.
Yes. Tasha does.
And I mean, so far, it's like anything you've seen or heard, you remember.
Yes. So are you suggesting that I might remember the address?
I'm just curious if you thought if you looked at it well enough, if you'd be able to write it down right after.
I think I should.
I mean,
Should at
only
least
for her
try.
to- I mean, we'll ask when we get there, but I mean,
I also think that Obras would be happy to give it to us as well.
I don't know if how it works with magic things to remember, if it's different with spells, but I just wondered if you might
So player to DM, is that something that Tasha could do?
I suppose we'll find out.
I suppose we will.
Arabella's getting devious hanging out with y'all. I don't know.
Clearly. The sneaky
Well-
paladin.
It's the chaotic part of my alignment. I'm not lawful good.
There you go.
We need to get things done for the betterment of the societies, and that is part of your jam.
We have a lot to do.
Kind of chaotic good, right? Like
It's a really
Pardon
big
me.
list.
A little bit.
All right.
All
Well,
right.
10 minutes goes by fairly quickly. I assume you head straight for the teleportation chamber.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, about 5 minutes after you get there, you see Indrus walking in. He's got a scroll in his hand.
Excellent. Thank you. Do you have anything you'd like us to say to Master Obras?
No, Obras tells me he's already spoken with you.
Yes, he has.
And that's why I have permission to utilize 2 of our scrolls.
I don't say anything, but
So, if you would, gather around. Everyone should be in contact with me or each other.
Okay.
we'll hold hands. Or
Yep,
do the
we-
things.
We hold hands.
And he unfurls the scroll and begins intoning a spell. And there's a flash of light, and all 5 of you are standing in front of the Lord Mayor's mansion
Ooh!
in
Use the
Aermagh.
circle.
Oh yeah, no circle, huh?
Yeah, there goes that idea. But that's okay.
We're here.
So
Thank you very much, Master Andrews.
let's go see Jojo then, because that's where I said I'd meet my boss.
Oh yeah.
And we'll meet Oberus tonight.
Yeah.
I do not know Jojo.
You have not met Joe and Synchron.
We will take care of that for you.
Yes, and you will get a sandwich.
Yes, well, that sounds lovely, but if you'll excuse me, I must be getting back.
Oh, thank you so much.
Thank you.
He unrolls another scroll, begins intoning, and just vanishes.
Grumpy.
I didn't quite get that he was like, yeah. Anyway,
It's
Yeah.
always that way. I don't think he was grumpy. I think that's just him.
he's a little grumpy,
Well, he's just a little, stuffy.
Fussy, yes.
Grumpy
fussy,
is the right word.
stuffy, trayish.
Ah, Lord Love a Duck. That was hilarious.
All right, so it's now probably about 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
We're off to the Shouting Pirate.
Well, you know the way, and it only takes you about 10 minutes to get there.
I explain as we're walking. It's an inn, and I kind of explain to Gwen Lauren how we kind of came to it before we get there. We happened to meet, my brother and I happened to meet Arabelle there, and it's kind of our base of operations. Jojo, now as we know, is son of Tassaprunatiel, and you were there for that part, right? Wasn't she there with the dragons and the orcs?
Mm-mm.
Oh, then I explained about the dragons and the orcs and the ocean and
Yeah, no,
So-
she wasn't there for that.
What are we telling?
Jojo,
No,
the
Or-
commander.
what's his name?
Warbender?
Or
Bender.
We're gonna tell him all the things.
We-
He's trustworthy.
set up the meeting with the Lord Mayor.
Right. We need him to facilitate that.
Yeah.
Tasha, make a history
Yes.
check for me, please.
Okay.
With advantage.
Oh. Well, all right then. Okay.
But anyhow, there's a cat there.
22.
You think about it for a long second, and you come to the conclusion that the Lord Mayor is a nobleman, yes, but he is the head of the Aecathan military. Therefore, he is intimately familiar with military protocol, and military protocol states that you should report into your commanding officer first. And
Yeah.
the commanding officer will then bring you and or the information to whomever they feel appropriate.
So I explain that it is protocol for me to tell my command, and then my command will move it up the chain to the Lord Commander. Or the Lord Mayor. Sorry.
Mhm.
Lord Mayor.
Got it.
So that's actually the right thing to do.
Got it.
All right.
We'll have to figure out when and what to tell Jojo.
Yeah.
Well, you make the turn at this point, and you are walking up the street the shouting pirate is on.
Yeah.
Is there any new damage to Aermagh?
Make a perception check.
Oh, good point.
All of us are just
Well, I would say just Arabelle, because I don't think she would have said that out loud.
No, I just, as I'm walking, I'm looking around. 29.
Yes. You see more evidence of fires. As you approach the shouting pirate, you notice that the sign is gone.
The dragons have been back.
And you see the remnants of the 2 wooden posts that supported the sign. And they're just burned wooden nubs just above the edge of the ground.
I touch it to draw attention.
So you all see, and you realize this is where the sign should be. The sign at the road. And there's nothing but 2 burnt stumps in the ground.
Is Jojo's there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the bar seems okay, at least from this angle.
Well,
Get inside.
I hold the door open for everybody. And
Okay.
Shouldn't be too busy at 4 in the afternoon, right?
Well, let's find out. No.
is our table
There.
open?
Oh yeah, of course it is. There's a cat sleeping in the middle of it. And as you walk in the door, you look over and the cat is already up, staring right at the door.
Do we hear anything when we walk in?
hello.
You walk in, there's a couple people over at one table kind of having a conversation and nursing a couple drinks. Otherwise, the place is empty. And you don't actually see anybody behind the bar at this
Okay.
moment.
No, no. Welcome to the.
Shouting.
Well,
Okay.
let's sit down at our table then.
Walk up to the bar.
Okay.
I walk over to the table and start introducing Synchron to Gwenlauren.
Yes.
Where's my notes?
And Gwenlauren, what do you do?
Oh, sorry.
I
Like, do you sit down? You walk over to this table, and there are 5 chairs at the table, but instead of being like, upright and pushed into the table, they're full, kind of bent forward, so the backs are resting on the table, kind of like they're suggesting that maybe people shouldn't sit at this table.
Oh.
But you see Zorth just walk up, yank a chair down, pull it out, and plop down.
So I say, is it okay if I take one of these chairs?
I look at Synchron and I say, she's part of our team. Can she sit?
And Synchron's just kind of looking at you. He's not really paying any attention to her.
I motion to the chair and pull it out kind of and let her sit there, and I start scruffing on Synchron.
And, he takes his scritches from you and then turns and pads across the table toward Gwynlaren and just kind of gets right up to the edge of the table and puts his face right in her face.
And I put my hand out and say, hello, sweetie.
And climbs down into her lap and just kind of curls up.
Aww.
Perfect.
What a sweetheart. Can I have him?
No.
You hear, Arabelle, you hear, "Welcome to the Shouting Pirate! Sorry! I was upstairs.
This has really gone downhill. And then I run over and hug.
He gives you this huge hug back. Oh, gods, but it's good to see you.
I'm glad you're okay.
Better than me sign. I'm sure you saw that.
Yes.
That was close.
Do you have a minute?
Look around. Half the town thinks we're cursed now because the sign got burned down.
Oh no. Not cursed.
Introduce you to our friends. Our new friend.
Oh, you got a new one. Oh,
Hello.
and a right pretty one too. How do you do? I'm Jojo, whatever his last name is.
Oakenmass.
Oakenmass, thank you.
You're welcome.
A name came to mind, and I'm like, nope, that's from a book you read 8 years ago.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Say, greetings, Jojo. I've heard much of you from this crew.
Hopefully the good stuff.
Of course.
I'm Gwynlaren.
Pleasure to meet you. Welcome to the Shouting Pirate.
Pleasure to meet you.
And I see that Synchron's already made himself right at home in your lap. Well, I guess she's definitely part of your group.
I give him scritches.
Well, it's just me working at the moment. Can I get you something to drink, something to eat? We've got
What do you
plenty of
have?
time. Let's see.
Well, and I start talking about the brandy sandwich, which is basically griddle cakes made into, it's basically a McGriddle.
But better.
Well,
better.
except that it's just pancakes. They're not flavored or anything.
Oh, well, I mean,
That's better.
And there's no weird pockets of
maple syrup. I
maple
got
syrup.
you.
Yeah.
I was saying they
Right.
were like it.
Basically, it's bacon, eggs, and potatoes between two griddle cakes, and it's usually served with honey and whatever fruit preserves they have, if you want to dip
Delicious.
into it.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yes,
I
I would
recommend
like
it
one of-
highly.
I would like one of those too.
All
How long
right.
has it been since we've eaten?
I don't know.
Oh, breakfast.
And real food. I'll take 2.
Aim.
With some tea, please.
Of course. Of course.
Cider if you have any.
We might. I'll check.
I'll take tea.
All right, Zorth.
I'll have some ale.
All right.
It's been a day.
Clearly. All right, well, give me a few minutes. Like I said, it's just me. I'll go and get the drinks. I'll get the water started for the tea, and I'll get the griddle heating up.
Thanks.
Thank you.
So he does just that. It's like a minute. He comes back with cider and ale and a basket of muffins.
You know us so well.
Something for you to nibble on if it's been a while since you've eaten. I don't want to make you wait.
I pick through. But then I don't know why I'm picking through because I'll eat any one of them. So then I look through all of them and then I just take one.
They're basically like muffin versions of cornbread.
Right. Right. So like I said, I just look through them all and then I just take one.
Okay.
Wander up and get some honey and then come back.
All right. Yeah. Well, he was gonna bring that with the brandy sandwiches anyway. So.
And then sit down and. So, do we tell him now? Do we tell him later?
Later.
Well, and I say this, I think introducing the world to dragons first, then, hey, we saw your mom, then she misses you, she wouldn't mind visiting. Oh, by the way.
She's a dragon.
But we can tell him we found the Susaran, because he's the one who told us how to find them.
Yes. And we went on an adventure with his mom. Well,
we don't want to see his mom, right? We want to see.
No. I don't even know if we need to tell him any of that.
Well, just that we got what we needed. Did we tell him we were looking for dragons, though?
I don't think so.
I don't remember. I don't think so.
I can't. I think
Probably. No, I think we did.
I told him what we were looking for and why we thought Mother Tassa would be the best person to talk to.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, probably. I'm gonna try to find.
After we talk to. I don't know. Jojo's our friend. It's different. I don't know.
Tell this guy.
All right. You hear the door open, and you see the rather solid-looking form of Captain Warbender come through the door.
Yay!
And Jojo says, "Captain, I think you're wanting these folks." Yeah, you figured that right. Ale. 2. Oh, this is going to be a good story, I can tell.
I have no idea.
We don't have to go into the part about Tassa, and we could just let Jojo listen. He's gonna listen anyway.
True.
I mean, are we gonna have the conversation out here?
Yeah.
There's other people in the bar.
Yeah, we could go upstairs. We could eat real quick and go upstairs.
Right about the time that he brings the food out, the other 2 people get up and pay their bill and head out.
Hey!
Joe,
Hey!
can we pay you to reserve the inn for a little while?
Oh, there's no need to pay me, and as long as we're, back open by dinner time, so I can get whoever's gonna show up.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, he walks over and locks the door.
Got it.
Comes back, drags a chair from another table, and
He's gonna listen anyway.
flips it around, sits down, and says, "Right. So, did you find them?"
Well,
Or we.
first things first, I guess.
Really?
Captain, reporting.
Understood. Let's hear it.
Real quick. No telling Viessa.
Why?
Yet.
Well, yes, if you could just hold on to this information for just a little while until we tell all of the proper people that are supposed to know. I'm sure that she's gonna find out
Jojo,
anyway.
Jojo looks at Warbender, and Warbender goes, "If they're going to tell me what I think they're going to tell me, you keep your trap shut." Aye. You've got me word.
Thank you, Jojo.
Well, we were able to discover that there are good dragons.
You see Jojo just kind of go.
There are gold, silver, brass, copper, and bronze.
And a lot of.
And are they going to help us?
I believe so. I believe so.
We need to figure out how to tell all the people at once. We're trying to get Aermagh and Lord Tremane over to meet with Bonethane so we can tell everybody together. I know.
There's reasons. Trust us.
Hashtag reasons.
But they do want that. Well, first of all, they were all
Magically
imprisoned by the chromatics and the Thwilnu.
And the Thwilnu would be...
The Thwilnu are another problem that we are going to have to deal with.
sorry.
The Thwilnu were and the chromatics were responsible for the fall of the Elven lands
And the shattering.
and the shattering.
And the Thwilnu are who create the horrible white creatures that are everywhere.
The Thwilnu are perverted elves,
Yes.
to put it
Very basic.
bluntly.
It's been a long week.
We've learned a lot. And
Clearly. Wait,
and-
let me...
and-
Oh, stop.
Take a
Wait.
deep breath.
Let
okay.
me make sure I understand all of this. Let's go chronologically.
Okay.
These Thwilnu and the chromatic dragons caused the shattering.
Yep.
By imprisoning the metallic dragons with a specific spell that was perverted from the god of murder. And it caused the shattering because it was so awful.
And
it also upended the gods for quite some time. I mean, didn't they kill other gods?
Oh,
Isn't that-
yes.
Yes.
you remember from what you have discovered along this insane week that the shattering basically undid all of the gods except the god of murder.
Right.
And it took a few years for new deities to sort of coalesce out of the beliefs of the intelligent species.
So they attacked Thaldaxun as revenge against the elves for allying themselves with the metallic dragons. And then they tricked all of the dragons, the good dragons, by saying they needed to have, like, they were going to have a meeting. And so all the good dragons showed up. They sent representatives to neutral territory. And then they did this spell and froze all of the good dragons in stasis.
And they've been there for all this time,
Enough.
just waiting for someone to wake them, which we did
So
after a lot of work.
So,
to find the dragons, thanks to
so the dragons are real.
Yes.
They are.
They're awake. Are they back in our world?
Yes.
They are assimilating back into their previous places
Lairs.
Nests.
Lairs.
Lairs, places of residence. They are waiting to hear from us before we are going to tell Bonethane, we're going to tell Tremane, we're going to tell all the places to be expecting perhaps some kind of agreed upon showing.
Meeting.
No, agreed upon show of effort that the metallic dragons are back and are our friends.
Allies.
Allies to the nation. And we kind of want to make sure that we orchestrate that all together.
We need to make sure people don't attack them because they see dragons and freak out.
Okay, that's fair. Now, Tasha, let me get this straight.
Yep.
Did you negotiate an alliance with these metallic dragons?
They are willing to help us. They're against the chromatics.
Ah, okay.
Because we
And the Thwilnu.
Good for the future.
Yes.
we're kind of like, so in Thunder's Edge, when we made good friends, we became clan friends, right? With the
Yep.
now we're dragon friends.
Yeah, that was in Tasha's report.
We are now considered, all 4 of us, dragonkin. So they consider the 4 of us their family. I think we've got an in.
Yeah, I'd say.
And they want to help defeat the chromatics and
I
Well,
imagine they've got a score to settle.
Yeah.
yes.
I don't quite know how I'd feel if somebody took over a century of my life away from me.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
All right.
we're wanting you to set up a meeting with Bonethane and allow him, we're asking you to, allow us and Tremane,
Lord Tremane.
Lord Tremane, sorry, I would have said that. Lord Tremane to be all together when we tell these, because the major towns, it's something we don't really want to put over Firewatch until we know what we're saying.
We have a particular relationship with Lord Tremane, especially Gwynlauren, that made it necessary for him to be here.
Oh, have you met Gwen Lord?
Oh, yeah, I wondered who that was.
Sorry. This is Gwynlauren. She is the envoy, the emissary from Lord Tremane.
Lauren Duneshadow.
And what is it that you do, Gwynlauren Duneshadow?
I have in the past been a scout, but I am currently representing my clan to all others on this quest, and basically acting as an emissary.
Interesting. Can't remember Tremane ever sending an emissary anywhere before.
He kind of had to come up with a new job for her. It's a long story.
Ah, okay. Well, I'm Captain Ranmore Warbender of the Aecathan Army Intelligence Division.
He's my boss.
Yeah.
Captain, as a scout, I have a lot of experience in that area.
I'm sure you do. Well, good to meet you.
And you.
Any pithy comments, Jojo? Jojo's just sitting with this kind of really stunned, puzzled look on his face.
Do we tell him?
Not yet.
Okay.
Not in front. That part I don't think Warbender needs to know.
So
No.
there's more dragons. And
Good
this
ones.
is a good thing.
Very-
Yes. They are intelligent, they are magical, and they are willing to help us.
I'm not entirely sure how I feel about that. I mean,
Would you rather
They're-
fight the
they're-
chromatics alone?
no,
Then
but good dragons.
I'm sorry, that's gonna take a whole lot of getting used to.
Well, just think about it this way. There are good people and there are evil people. There are good elves and there are bad elves. Why
Right.
wouldn't there, if there are bad dragons, why wouldn't there be good ones? Doesn't it make-
Because there never have been.
Ah,
There's only been the evil ones, and you say dragon and people get scared and run away, and now you're trying to tell me that we're gonna have to stop and actually look and see what color they are before we decide if we run or not?
if they're metallic,
They're rather distinctive. You'll notice.
they look very different.
Yes.
I don't know.
So,
That's so much bigger than me. I mean, I run a bar.
Well, I think in time you'll realize that every story gets bigger.
Oh,
Every
well,
Uh,
I've not said this much in my life, but I'm damn glad it's all of you and not me having to handle all of this.
yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
Because I don't have any idea, really. I mean,
it's gonna be so much fun.
I need a drink.
I was
He gets
actually
up
thinking
and
about getting him one.
kind of walks over to the bar.
So, what time should we be at the manor in the morning?
I made an arrangement for an audience with Lord Bonethane at 10 a.m. sharp.
We'll
That
be
was
there
what I
at
was
9:45.
No way.
What?
You're insisting that Tremane be part of this.
Again, it's not something that needs to be spread by Farwatch.
We would rather tell as many important
I-
people at
I get
once.
it. I get it.
Okay.
It's
What's-
just gonna.
Piss off.
It's just. He looks right at Tasha. We're gonna have to be sneaky. And then we're gonna get yelled at afterwards. But we're gonna have to be sneaky.
As you wish.
Well, can he just come in with us and you won't
We've
Have it.
done it before.
No.
roll deniability?
No, I think. Yeah, he won't like it, but I think what we'll do, we'll set it up that we'll actually have this discussion in the war room
Okay.
where you will be and Tremane will be, and I will go and inform Lord Bonethane that I made the call, decided to have it in the war room instead of the throne room because there's strategy involved, and
Ah.
then he'll come in, Tremane's already there, they'll yell at each other, and then maybe we can have this discussion.
Would it help if it's not just Lord Tremane? Like if we had Braun Anvil come from Romani?
I don't think that's going to make any difference.
No, it's
But, if it would be more,
these
like-
two personalities are very large and their egos are equally large.
But then it wasn't that, we were trying to do anything.
It wouldn't matter. Bonethane thinks that he should get all of the knowledge first, and Tremane thinks that he should get all of the information first. It's
Well-
great fun.
I don't know.
Now they can't, and they're getting it all together.
Yes.
Yeah. And neither one of them's going to be happy about that.
Nope.
Better to ask forgiveness than permission.
They say that. Forgiveness is usually pretty loud.
Oh boy.
Well, we'll see you at 10.
All right. That's a lot to take in.
Imagine how it felt for us. We got to meet dragons.
The head of the 5 clans all at once, giant ancient dragons.
Talking to us.
They're very big.
Yeah,
Very
I'm
big.
very well aware of that. If they're anything like the chromatics, I'm very, very well aware of that.
Yeah,
Have you
Oh,
stood
and you need a
close
new
to 5?
sign.
he knows.
I know. Why do you think the place was empty when you come in? What, people forgot how to get here?
They're afraid.
No, they think the place is cursed now, 'cause the building's standing and the sign got burned down. They think that's important. That means the next time they come through, they're gonna burn the building. Yeah, I don't think it works like that.
Me either.
I don't think it works like that either, but go ahead and tell the rest of the world.
We will.
Right. Well, he downs one ale, downs the other, sits the glasses down. All right. I'm gonna go and get myself ready to get yelled at.
Sorry.
I'll see you all in the morning. What fun this will be.
Thank you, sir.
Pleasure to meet you.
Good job, Lieutenant. Good job, all of you.
I follow him to the door and lock it after he leaves.
Okay.
Jojo,
Yeah?
why don't you bring the bottle over? There's more.
Oh, God. All right. I'll bring the bottle.
And glasses for all of
He
us.
grabs like a handful of shot glasses and comes over with this dusty amber bottle, sits them down, uncorks it, and just pours.
I love the round table pours where it just gets the table and everything. It's just all y'all glasses. Just join on in.
Yeah. Arabelle picks up one of the glasses and downs it in like one. Sets it down.
Tasha does the same.
Same.
I knock with Jojo and I down mine.
We were able to find the Susaran.
Oh, good. Good.
Yeah.
That's good.
We would not have found the dragons if it hadn't been for your mother.
Oh, Tassa. Yeah. She's well, I hope.
She is.
She is. She has a message.
For who?
For you.
For you.
Why
She would visit.
What?
She would visit if you wish it.
She loves you and she misses you.
So there's reasons we did not tell when we went to the Susaran camp. We didn't tell your brother or anyone how we found them. We didn't tell them about you.
Oh, I appreciate that.
After we freed the dragons, they helped Tassa remember her past.
She never had any trouble remembering her past. Once her mind started to go.
She had a memory that was clouding everything. And once that was remembered,
She's not an elf.
She's not one of those Thwilnu, is she?
Nope.
you would know the Thwilnu are, because Tasha told us what they looked like, right?
They're abysmal.
Well, back when
then
she saw them.
She's a dragon.
A gold dragon.
And I pour another shot in his glass.
He just
Not
sits for a
joking.
second.
We've seen it with our own eyes,
That's the best joke ever.
but she's not.
That's
joking.
fantastic.
She's a gold dragon.
No, she's
And,
not. No,
the head
she's
of
not.
her-
She's a bitter old elven lady.
Well, that's the thing. Metallic dragons can look like elves. They can make themselves magically look just like elves.
How's this? She would visit if you wish it. And we had the conversation with her that when dragons are made known to this realm about being the good dragons that they are, she would wish it to meet you in both her forms, and you can see for yourself. I mean, I do have to ask, have we ever lied to you with all the crazy things that we've seen and done?
It's a lot, Jojo, I know.
We felt you should know.
How cool is that? I mean, your mom is a dragon. It's awesome.
I
mean, how cool is that? Maybe she'll even like take you for a ride. That would be amazing.
You see Jojo's just stone-faced.
I understand.
Lies.
And
I mean,
without saying a word, he stands up and puts the chair back at the table that he got it from, walks around the table, and walks up the stairs to his apartment.
what? This is great news.
It's a lot to process.
Jojo has such a complicated relationship with them already.
His mother, his family.
His adopted mother, who
He's basically exiled. I mean,
he chose the
He
sea.
exiled him?
well,
He
he
chose-
exiled himself.
He chose the sea and a woman over family. And just from him saying she was a bitter old woman, it obviously did not go well, and they parted ways terribly, and he just never been back.
So now he finds out that everything that he thought he knew about her might not be true.
This will help her get over the whole choosing the sea and a woman thing.
I think it has.
I think she's learned to be different. Absence makes some things become much clearer.
In this time.
She's a dragon, so that's awesome. I mean, she's probably, that gives her a whole new perspective on the world.
It may at that.
Potentially, yeah.
She's a lot older than we thought, so there's that. Whole new frame of reference.
Synchron. Should you go check on Jojo?
He hoists himself off of Gwynlauren's lap and hops down and goes padding up the stairs.
I'll save you some sausage.
Did we get our food? No.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
All except for, I left a portion of the sausage, especially for the cat.
Well, what time is it?
Probably meet Obras pretty soon.
Mm-hmm.
Can we lock the door behind us?
No.
Yeah, we'll have to wait till.
Is there a back door? There is a back door, isn't there?
Yeah.
We'll just go out the back door.
Okay.
Leave the front door locked.
All right.
Leave Jojo a note.
Yes. We're sorry we upset you. Please forgive us. We had to give you the message and tell you the truth. We owe you that much.
Perfect.
We love you.
I want your cat.
He's kind of like our group cat.
He's not really anybody's cat. He's his own cat.
The cat
Okay,
either.
so can I have him then? Because
Yeah,
I've
Synchron.
always wanted a pet.
Kinda stay-
Right. No.
We will get you a different pet. Synchron belongs in this building. Synchron
It's kind of
is his own cat.
He used to belong to a party of adventurers, but they all got killed by a dragon.
And he was the only survivor.
And
And he's pretty particular. He won't allow anybody else to sit at this table, which is why we asked permission to bring you to the table. And he likes us for some reason. So
I crumble up the sausage and leave it on my plate. Like, I set the plate on the chair that I was in. Hopefully he'll know that means it's for him.
Okay. All right.
and
You head out the back. You hear the city sort of coming a little bit more to life as people are leaving some jobs and heading home or heading out to eat or to the bar.
The Cozy Blade will be pretty busy. Maybe we should take Obras back to the house.
yeah, that sounds good. We'll meet him there though.
Yeah.
Let him get some food in him and then take him back. Because we just ate.
Right.
Although there's one of her somethings to go, something sweet to go. Always. Let's see.
I should, well, do you want, we're not going to tell him anything at the Blade until we get back to the house. So
Correct.
you want to meet him and I'll go get the house opened back up?
Sure.
Do you want help?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then I'll be right back.
Okay.
Right.
All right. So, you head on down the street, back over one of the three bridges, and into Lord's Ward, and you make your way to the Cozy Blade.
She doesn't have the big fancy desserts. She's just
No.
got. No.
The big
That's
fancy
fine.
dessert is at the Lonely Giant.
Yeah, no, we don't need fancy desserts. I thought it was
We
her.
don't.
That's the Triceratops pie with peaches and cream.
Yes.
Ooh.
Right, but we don't need that. Okay, so
Quinn Lauren's face is like, we don't.
I know, that's why I'm laughing.
we'll pick it up on the way home.
But there's pie.
There will be. Let's let Obras. I mean, we just ate. Let's let it settle a little.
No cat, no pie.
Cat's more like a person. Pie is coming later.
It's hard to wait.
Is the Lonely Giant Inn on the way to
Actually, it is.
the coast? Well, let's
It
go
is.
there first.
All right.
Oh my.
I'm not gonna get any. I'll just let her get some because I don't want to go into the Cozy Blade being like, hey, look, we stopped off for food before we came to your place.
True.
So I'll just let her get Triceratops pie because we've had it.
All right.
I'll have a tea. I'll just sit there and
I get 2 pies.
2 pieces of pie.
Well, it's not
Sure.
pie.
It's not pie?
Nope.
Let him
Maybe it's not
explain.
pie.
Basically, what it is it's a cake
Better.
with bumps, like big bumps in it that kind of look like spines on a Triceratops. And then it is doused in brandied peaches and thick sweetened cream.
Okay. I'll get 2.
All right.
1 for now, 1 for later.
All right.
Do we want to take it to go? Will they make it to go for her?
Oh, yeah.
Do you want to sit and eat or do you want to walk and eat?
I can walk and eat.
Perfect.
Okay. It's a little messy.
It looks really good.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we head over to the Cozy Blade Inn.
All right. You walk in, you see there's several people that are in there. Some are eating already, some are just drinking, some look like they've just maybe sat down. You see a couple servers moving quickly but efficiently throughout the room, and behind the bar, you see Megan.
We wave.
Well, look at who it is. Ha! I haven't seen either of you in quite some time. How have you been? It's good to see you're still among the living.
We've been good. And is she talking to just Arabelle and myself?
Well,
No, Arabelle's
not
not
there. She's talking to you and Tasha.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was very confused.
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
And who's your friend? I don't think we've met before. I'm
quite
Megan.
Lauren.
I'm Megan Goodbarrel, and this is me place.
It looks
We
like a
helped
nice
her-
place.
We helped her with a little mystery when
Aye.
we first got to town.
That they did. And I'm still grateful. No
I like
more
mysteries.
nightmares. No more nightmares for anybody.
Good.
Well, other than the normal kind, you know. Have too much to drink and you've run away from your wife and dream that she found you. Maybe she did.
Right.
Who knows? But
We're waiting. Oh,
yeah, what can I do for you?
we'd like a table for a bit, if you don't mind. A meeting.
Sure. Oh, you're meeting someone.
Yes.
Might that be the rather large gentleman that just checked in?
Yes.
Probably.
Master Obras from the tower?
Yes. Yes.
Should have known. Tower folk don't usually end up here, they usually end up the Lonely Giant.
He's kind of down to earth.
I got that. Right. Well, yeah, have a seat. I'll run up and fetch him myself.
We wait.
So it just takes a couple minutes, and then you see her coming down the stairs, followed by Master Obras. And she kind of gestures toward the table
I stand up to give
where
him a hug.
you're sitting, and he just kind of bows to her and walks over with a big smile on his face. He looks very tired.
I give him a hug.
Zoreth, it's good
We
to
need-
see you.
Good to see you too.
I do hope this is actually as important as you made it out to be. It's not been easy going in Bonethane.
I wait a beat and I say, we need to get you some food to go. We have to go back to the house to talk.
Oh, I see. Huh. Oh, all right. You have recommendations? I haven't been here in a while.
The cheese steamed bun is good. The pheasant sandwich is good with sharp cheese and glass of vodka, but it's good to go.
I like pheasant. Very well. Let me just go and tell Miss Megan what I need, and I'll be back.
And when he leaves, I ask them, do you think we should ask if he can come by tomorrow for the meeting as well, or do you think it's just better to tell him and let him go back to Bellemard?
I think we should just tell him and let him go back to Bellemard. I think it's going to be difficult enough having the two leaders in one place at the same time as it is.
Correct. And why did you tell him first, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds good.
All right. Well, he's back momentarily, and he says, she said it will only take just a couple minutes.
That's
then
fine.
we'll be ready to go.
Uh-oh. Yes. Sounds good.
All right. So,
Tell us about Valinamard.
Yes, please.
Yeah. We've nearly completed our investigation. It does appear to be some sort of new fire magic that we're not familiar with. And also seems to be very powerful fire magic. This is worrisome. It either means that it was draconic in origin, meaning there is something worse than their breath, or something has changed with the orcs, and the orcs are now using magic as well.
Ooh, that is bad.
We hope it's not that, actually.
Does it seem like some player to GM? Does this seem like something that might be Thwilnu magic?
You have no idea.
Okay. Well,
We get as much information,
Okay.
trivialities from him.
He
passes the time.
basically tells you that they've gotten the fires under control. He estimates that they may even be out at this point. But he does say that the damage is severe, that probably a good 65% of the city is in ruins.
oh wow. That's horrible.
And that now that the fires are out, they have a monumental task ahead of them, figuring out what to do about the remains of the city, what to do about the ruined part of the city, keeping out any looters that may arrive, protecting it against another attack of a similar origin, plus generally protecting it from any other sort of attack that might occur.
Plus the displaced peoples.
Right. And, when do you allow them to go back? Do you allow them to go back? So, yeah, there's a lot of moving pieces that they don't quite have all the answers to yet.
Right.
Then she arrives with his food, and he pays her for the meal and then stands up and says, "All right, show me to this house." Whose house?
Arabelle's house.
Oh, really? I don't think I was aware she had one, but this should be interesting. I look forward to seeing this home of Aermagh.
Yeah. It'll be nice. It's a nice place. We kind of try to keep it. She's got some neighbors that check in on it. We have our horses that are here, and we have a stable boy, and he checks in on it, and a bunch of stuff.
My, how industrious.
Well, we tried to think of everything since we're here and there and everywhere.
Excellent. Well, lead on.
And so we do.
Okay. From here, it takes only about 6 minutes or so to get back to Arabelle's house.
Right. I still knock before I open the door.
Okay.
like, you know, knock knock, like to let us know that we're there, and then
Mhm.
open the door handle. And I'm sure she's there making things ready, starting to clean a little bit.
Yeah.
And we all just ate so she wouldn't be making food.
But she's making water for tea.
Yes.
And you can see that she's already sort of dusted the living room.
I motion him over to the. There's actually a. I think there's a dining table, so
There is.
we'll sit there next to him.
Okay. Well, this is charming. So,
Quick tour. I point out the different rooms, just to point them out. Kind of like not a gruff, get busy, we got things to do, but definitely we got things to do.
all right. I believe that all of the reasons for you not to tell me whatever it is are no longer in force. So please, go on with the telling. I'm ever so curious.
Well, the books that you were able to translate, super helpful. Mother Tassa, super helpful. We were in a dungeon, super annoying, and found some dragons.
Oh dear. You don't look injured.
We found the good ones that we were looking for. The metallics.
All of them.
They wait, they exist, they're alive?
Well, they were in stasis. We had to magic some things to get them out of stasis, but they are willing to help us with whatever we need for the cause of Aecathan.
My goodness. Well, this is amazing news.
We wanted to tell you because, you know, you helped us with the Noctomancy and, you know, Mother Tassa, and you were obviously critical in getting all the information taken care of. So...
I have so many questions, I don't even know what order to ask them in. Well, I guess start with the beginning, Obras. Start with the beginning. Do you know how to contact them now?
Yes.
Yes.
Would they be willing, perhaps, one of them to speak with me?
I think so.
Eventually, we're going to meet with Bonethane and Lord Bonethane and Lord Tremane tomorrow at the same time, yes. To tell them all the things that we have learned so that we may break it to the nation that there are some dragons that are good and they're going to help us against the chromatics.
Oh,
kind
yes.
of all at the same time.
I hadn't even thought of that. That would be of critical importance.
So-
Yeah.
No shooting the good ones. Yes, that would be bad.
The reason why the good dragons have been missing for, you know, a good century is because the chromatics and another type of elf called the Filmstro entrapped them and put them in stasis, and the spell that they did to accomplish that caused the shattering.
Obras is holding his saucer and teacup and almost bobbles it and just kind of sits it down. You've discovered the cause of the shattering.
Mm-hmm.
I look at him and I laugh and I say, we're kind of a big deal.
And yes, Indrus is going to be beside himself.
He is. And we didn't even tell him. He's going to be miffed.
You've spoken with him?
Well, he's the one who helped us get here.
Oh, good. He did what I told him to do. You never know.
Yeah, he did.
That's his primary area of study, is the shattering. He
Well,
has worked his entire life to try to discern what happened.
I just kind of start to giggle.
He is going to be miffed.
Oh my
right.
goodness.
Right now, we're not telling anyone.
Oh no,
Except-
no, of course not.
Except for
I
Lord Bonethane and Lord Tremane, and then we're going to disseminate the information as best they see fit.
I appreciate you telling me.
We had
Well,
to.
Yeah. And also, I would appreciate it, and I conspiratorially lean in, if I at least had the Aermagh teleportation circle address. I know it's for...
Oh,
Indru says that only staff and...
instructors and administrators, yes.
Right. At least Aermagh. You can keep the rest of them.
Fortunately, is not mine to give.
All right, then I'll ask tomorrow at
Yes.
Lord Bonthane's.
Yes. He is the arbiter of who possesses.
Oh boy. Okay.
All right, that's fine.
That's why Indrus could not give it to you, and why I cannot provide it.
Well, that's okay. Thank you for being honest with us.
Oh, of course. So
Everyone is fine.
there are good dragons. Where are they? Where are they now?
They were going to go back to their original lairs or create new lairs if those are gone.
They're waiting for us to tell them it's okay to
Oh.
come out and show themselves.
Oh goodness, that's over a century.
Yes.
Oh dear. I
Yes.
fear
Oh.
that many of them will not find their former domiciles, or if they do, they won't be unoccupied.
Well, that's all right. They'll be able to figure it out.
They're dragons.
Yes.
Yeah, I just remembered. They said they were going to help us create our own horde.
Yes, in Thunder's Edge.
And they said that we were all dragonkin. But Zorith is soulkin.
He looks right at Zorith. And soulkin, what does that mean?
We don't know.
I don't know. And then I explain about the possibility. I explain briefly about I experienced I held a memory for Mother Tassa, and it may have some repercussions, and one of them might be, I don't know. And I explain about the feeling like the talons held on to the magics.
I can't say I've ever read about anything like that.
I guess we'll find out what it means sooner or later.
Yes.
Are you going to tell him why?
Well, has he eaten his whole sandwich and stuff?
Yeah. But tell me why what? I'm a little curious why holding the memory of an ancient elf would change your ability to interact with raw magic.
Well, there's, Mother Tassa is not here because
Yes, she's well.
she is well.
She is a formidable woman.
The memory was actually of, well, long story short, the memory was a hidden memory of the shattering.
Wait. You see, you're trying to figure out how to say it, and you see Gwenlauren doing this over on the side, and you see Obras just kind of go.
I missed what she was doing. I was looking away. Oh.
I was like,
Okay, she basically
She's
was
a dragon?
She's a dragon, yeah.
A golden one.
super pretty.
Gorgeous.
And she can fly.
So
But
that's
she
the
was
reason.
such a tiny little thing.
Not
Yeah.
anymore.
She does fancy you. Whether it's for your brain, she does think you are an interesting gentleman.
He likes you.
I have absolutely no idea what to do with that information.
I know you don't. That's okay.
It's
I
like
think-
being told a
Nice.
god fancies you.
Oh, that's the other story.
Mm,
Yeah.
There's
Oh.
no time for that one. Wait.
I'm not
I was
sure I
gonna
can
say
handle
something.
much more.
It's
I
not
was
that
gonna
big
say
a
something.
deal.
It
Honestly.
is. It is.
The god of mischief gave me swim lessons. It's,
That's your takeaway.
Gwenlauren, make
Yeah?
make a persuasion check.
It's a 19.
And you know it was the god of mischief. How?
He told us because the dragon made him.
The dragon made the god of mischief tell you he was the god of... I'm sorry, I'm not following.
I'm gonna start at the beginning. We ran across
He
a
met
gnome,
Sakuthos.
the Kuthos.
Oh, yes, the warlock.
Yes. Actually an avatar. Yeah. He was an avatar of the god of mischief.
I mean, Sakuthos, and you jumble up the letters, and it's Costas. So,
And he just kind of sits back.
And he gave me swim lessons,
Yeah, that's the important part.
which
Yeah.
turned out to be really important later. So
A little bit.
that was a big deal for me.
A couple of weeks.
Okay.
Also,
So you were traveling with a dragon and a god.
Yeah. Isn't that interesting?
I don't think interesting covers it.
Yeah.
I don't think there is a word that sufficiently covers that particular bit of information.
It was pretty cool.
I shake my head and I said, we're kind of a big deal.
I suppose that it was very it was extremely useful, and we are fortunate that the god of mischief decided to protect us for a little while because he thought that we were entertaining.
Clearly, I have been in academia too long.
I'm not. Well,
Once upon a time, I don't think this would have fazed me like this, but
It's a lot.
Anytime you feel like, doing a little adventuring, I'm sure that you could come with us.
Yeah.
I appreciate that, dear
If
girl,
your
but
heart can take it.
I'm far too advanced in years for that, I'm afraid.
And to be fair, Mother Tassa had forgotten that she was a dragon.
So that memory that we talked about,
Well, that does make me feel a little better.
that memory was the dragon. It was the dragon's memory, and I kept that in my head for a while. And so I think that's the reason that I'm considered part of the soul kin.
You
She
were carrying the memory of a draconic life in your mind.
I mean, when you say it like that.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it was very difficult, but Zori is very strong.
Of that, I have no doubt.
But that altered Zori. And we don't know how.
Something nags at the back of my mind. Something.
Well, when you remember it.
When I return to the tower, I will attempt to find this something. I know it's in a tome that is very old. But I just... He only rolled a 13 on his history check, so he can't remember the specifics.
The other thing to consider is the Thwilnu. We really need to tell you about them.
The Thwilnu. Yes, I don't know anything about that name. That means nothing to me.
They are a perverted elven clan. And it was their magic, along with the chromatics, that caused the shattering.
Right.
That's not... I'm sorry, I don't mean to disparage what you're saying, but are they gods?
Nope.
With a little help from the god of murder.
Yes, they got help from the god of murder.
Now I understand.
Only god to have survived the shattering.
Really?
Yes, all the other gods died, at least for a little while.
The Thwilnu are also responsible for the fall of Aecathan.
We knew that it wasn't only the chromatics, but we were never able to discover exactly who their accomplices were. So these Thwilnu.
Thwilnu, the orcs. Oh, well, I think the orcs were the heavies, weren't they?
Orcs work for the dragons, and those white horrors are creations of the Thwilnu.
As you have discovered the information, you only have heard about the chromatics and the Thwilnu being involved with Thattoxun.
Weren't there? With Aecathan.
Yes.
But weren't there orcs in the cat cavern?
Yes.
Okay, so I say that part of it.
And
Interesting.
I described some of the horrors that we have encountered and that I have seen created.
Oh, and the Thwilnu, what they look like, because you told us that.
Yeah.
I can't say that I've heard of such things that you describe.
It is possible that they had a hand in what you in Belinamard. I don't know for sure, but it's possible. And I feel like they have their hand in what's been going on in Aermagh, but they've been very subterfuge. They've been very quiet about it.
Clearly,
But they're getting
their existence
bolder.
is not known to me. It may be known to the tower, but that is something else I will find out when I return.
But they're getting bolder, and I feel that they will become a problem for us.
It sounds like they already have been.
Yeah.
Well,
Any other questions? I know it's a lot. You can ask us whatever tonight, whatever tomorrow, whatever you need.
I doubt I could form intelligent questions at this point. There's
Wow,
too much to process.
it is a lot.
We've had quite the crazy weeks. Thank you for your invaluable help.
Oh, of course, of course.
So this also means exciting things about the dungeon. What would it be called? The thing in the forest?
Temple?
The temple in the forest, because who that belongs to would be the Thwilnu before they turned dark, right? Am I correct?
Make a religion check.
Oh. Religion or Arcana?
Religion.
Peaches.
They told us, right?
6. Anyhow, it means exciting things for the
You
to discover in the temple.
You don't recall anything linking the Thwilnu to the god of chaos, which is who the temple was to.
Zakuthos!
No, it was the previous god of.
But still.
But what the Thwilnu, before they became the Thwilnu, were the Verlaxi, who were the creators of the Noctomancy.
That's what I was trying to say.
Ah. Oh.
So that means exciting things for the temple.
They would be experts in the use of Noctomancy.
Which is why it's so important that you got the books translated.
Yes. So.
Yes, about that.
Oh.
We can't make it work.
Wow.
Maybe when we talk to the dragons and we save the world and everything, they may be able to help.
I bet Mother Chassa will help us.
Perhaps.
She may not remember.
Well, she might. Or maybe one of the other dragons will.
Yes.
Long memories.
One of the other dragons.
Silver, bronze, brass, copper, and gold.
So
Yes.
the
5 different kinds.
And there
The
are
shattering.
5 different kinds of chromatics. Well, that bespeaks at least some sort of cosmic balance.
I thought so.
But we did learn that one of the reasons that everything has been so beset by evil was because the god of murder manipulated the spell. So when the spell that was cast that caused the shattering, it killed 3/4 of all good aligned people, half of the neutrals, but only 1/4 of people who were evil. And so there's more evil in the world since the shattering.
That would explain much.
So Zuthos used to be Gundyr, or vice versa, whichever is the.
Zuthos I know, of course, but
Right.
I do not
Zuthos.
know that previous name.
He is the only. He protected himself and killed all of the other gods.
Really rude.
I simply don't know what to make of all of this. You have
Injures
fallen
me.
into levels of knowledge and power that I've not even attempted to trespass into.
When we have the time, we will speak with Indrus, since he probably would have the most, right? He's the scholar on the
Yes.
shattering.
Yes.
I giggle again.
Well, I am absolutely
not
certain that
either.
he would appreciate speaking to one of these metallic dragons as well. Surely they
sure.
must have historians amongst their kind.
Indeed.
Yeah, they know
Imaginably.
about shattering, but not after.
Well, yes. After, we have reasonable knowledge of. It's before, and the cause that we have been searching for.
Well, now we know. And in time, Indris will know, and perhaps we'll be able to meet him with someone who can help him with that.
As you say.
I hope the trip was worth trouble.
I will never doubt again when you say it is world-changingly important. Once again, above and beyond the call, Zoreth. All of you, you've done quite well.
Thank you.
If we are to survive this second incursion by the chromatics, it will be because we have you to thank. And allow me now to say thank you, because I doubt anyone else will.
You're welcome. It is.
The dragons were grateful.
Yeah, there were. There were so many. So many.
I would like
And
to
from-
have seen that.
From small to however large is.
Yeah, enormous. Well, you've definitely given me a lot to think about. And I do have to go back to Belinamard in the morning. But when I get back to the tower, I will look into some of this and see if any of our records can shed any light on some of the questions you still have.
Right. Tolkien.
Yes. For now, I think I need to go process.
We've gotten that a lot today.
I imagine you have.
One other question / favor.
Certainly.
Do you happen to have a teleportation circle for
Oh,
Thunder's Edge?
we
We already asked.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
We have to ask the Lord Mayor.
Yeah, we'll ask.
No, she was asking for Thunder's Edge.
Oh, for Thunder's Edge. I thought
We have
I mean,
them. We have all of them, but we technically need the permission of the Lord, whoever's in charge of the city,
we'll ask
before we give
Aerlocus
that out.
tomorrow.
Ooh.
It-
Yes, Tremane's sorcerer.
And I mean, they're building us one in Thunder's Edge. It's just not complete yet.
They're
I think we've told him that before. I can't remember. I think we've told him that before because we say every time we use it, sorry, eventually we'll have our own.
Well, no, you wouldn't have told him that because you aren't trying to get to Thunder's Edge when you show up at the tower.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yes,
They're-
as a thank you for helping save Thunder's Edge, they gave us a house and they're building us a teleportation circle.
Generous.
Do you know what's involved
Like
in
every
making a permanent teleportation circle?
yeah, we do.
four people casting it every single day. And
For a year.
For 3 months.
Oh,
If there are
goodness.
4 people working on it at once, they could do
Yes.
it in 3 months.
Okay, well, it's almost done.
I
I
lean in again and I
suddenly-
say,
I suddenly feel quite small next 12 of you.
No, you are so wonderful.
We're kind of a big deal. Tasha says it all the time, and now I finally am starting to recognize that
We have been very fortunate in our adventures and have made very good friends.
Brought back the dragons.
And a god taught you to swim.
Exactly.
I'm beginning to understand.
At least you know we're not crazy, because other people would think we're just crazy.
No, I have no doubt that all of us are a little crazy at this point. But I think one has to be to cope with such momentous times. A little mental flexibility is crucial to not breaking.
There's so much more ahead.
Oh, of
That's,
that I'm certain.
even feel like we've hit the scary stuff yet.
Oh, dear gods.
I know.
I mean,
Right.
we have a battle with the Thwilnu, a dragon battle. We still have to end slavery in Strofsman's way. We've got to take back Thaktok soon. We have lots to do.
Well, he slides the chair back and stands up. I will let you get to that. And again, thank you for your trust and for confiding in me. I have so many things to research when I get back to the tower now. What fun that will be. Anyway.
Can't and you get to tell Indrews that we know what the cause of the shattering is. Just imagine how fun that will be.
not yet though.
Us will tell him.
You'll let me know when I can.
Absolutely.
Yeah, don't tell him what it is. Just that if he'd like to ask us, but maybe we would tell him.
Oh dear.
I laugh
Oh,
again.
my.
Not hanging
Oh
out with Tasha.
my. Well, on that note, Lady
Lovely to
Arabelle, you have a lovely house.
Oh, thank you.
And I will talk with you all sometime. And,
Give our love to everyone in Belinamart.
oh, well, all 12 of us, yes. I
I
shall.
mean, our good thoughts.
All right. Well, get some rest. It sounds like you've had a busy time.
Had
Sleep
a
in
doozy
bed
of a
well.
day.
Indeed.
Sleeping in bed tonight will not be unwelcome.
Oh.
All
So
right.
tired.
Well, I will speak with you again soon, I hope.
Oh, certainly.
Get back to Megan safely.
I shall. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
And that is where we're going to take our break.
Whew, we went long tonight.
Yeah.
We did.
Yeah.
Later's gonna be even longer.
Yeah. Well, you know, good stuff. There wasn't really a place to break in there anywhere. So,
No.
After
Conversation.
Lord Tremane and Lord Bonethane in the same room.
Yeah, that'll be coming up after the break.
A
So
little bit later.
we'll be back.
Carolacus.
Yeah, we'll be back in about 15 or so. Stick around. Politics. Ooh boy. Talk about a doozy of a day. We'll do that when we come back. So don't go anywhere.
welcome back. So, Master Obras has left. What would you like to do?
Well, there are 2 beds in the second bedroom, and I start putting up my hammock because I still have it. And so then those 2 can have beds, and I'll take my hammock.
Okay.
I say, what order shall we bathe in? Because I would like a bath. I'm sure the rest of you would as well.
Lots of grime. Road grime.
I'll do one early in the morning.
I would like one this evening before I go to bed, so that I don't soil the lovely bedding on in the guest room.
I will let you go first.
Sweet.
Well, when Arabelle went back to the house to get it ready, I'm sure she started water heating up. So
Thank you, mine host. So when I'm gonna go take a bath if there's nobody else needing anything.
go for it.
And I'll make sure that the water I'll keep a constant waters on for everybody.
Aw.
All right. So, Gwynlauren, you feel much better. Feel clean again.
Good stuff.
There you go. Who's next?
Me?
Tasha.
We get you all the water you need.
That require a lot. And so I've changed my clothes, and my hair's been washed, and all the really good places have been washed, you know.
Do we have to go anywhere this evening? Are we planning on going out, or can I just walk around in my shift?
You absolutely
Shift.
can.
Walk around.
Cool. Then I would like to either wash or use prestidigitation or something on my clothes, because they are just as grimy as I was.
Yeah. So I do.
Go ahead.
I do prestidigitation on all my stuff.
I'll do it on anybody's stuff who needs it.
Mine, please.
Yep.
Cool.
In fact, let me tell you what I do. Prestidigitation as I go, my, and I just change it all up. Dancing phalanges, that's what I do.
Nice.
And say my.
I braid my hair so that it'll be ready to go tomorrow.
Nice.
And is it late enough to go to bed yet?
You may go to bed whenever you want.
Oh, yeah.
Then, now that I am nice and clean, I am going to snuggle under these crisp, clean sheets and call it a night. And be grateful to have a mattress to sleep on rather than a floor.
And
Same.
Arabelle, are you going to bathe tonight?
Yeah, she'll probably take a bath and then she'll work on polishing her armor up for the meeting tomorrow. She does that by hand.
Yeah, and since we don't have to take shifts, or I'm just gonna go to bed in a hammock, and in the morning I'm gonna wake up earlier than everybody else, and I'm gonna get the water and everything, and I'm gonna take my bath.
I will get up early as well and make my run out that I sometimes do when we're in town, and on the way back I will pick up donuts for Zori and everyone.
Lovely. And the night passes.
Might there be a place in town that would sell high quality arrows?
I think so.
Yeah.
I don't know about magic ones, but probably decent.
Okay. Well, I'm going to get up and dress and grab a donut and head out to see if I can find some arrows and anything else I might need for our next leg of this adventure.
Probably. What time we have to be at the manor at 10, right?
You probably want to be a little early, but
9:45.
9:30, 9:45.
yeah, you're
So-
supposed to you're supposed to meet with Lord Bonethane at 10.
Yeah, so maybe just shop after. I don't know.
Yeah, 9:30.
Trying to think.
I mean, I get up pretty early, so I mean, I think I still have a couple hours.
but they have
Not
to
far,
be open.
right? That's true.
What time do shops open in our world of worlds?
It depends on the shop. Usually anywhere between 8 and 11.
Okay.
Okay, so I ask those who are more familiar what time I might expect them to open.
She could go to the Emporium, do you think, Jeff? Where would we send her for arrows? Well,
Probably either the Dead Orc's Mace or the Emporium.
yeah, and those are both in Merchant's Ward, which isn't that. I mean, that's where we are anyway, right?
Right.
Or close to anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we're in the West Ward, so they're both pretty close to each other. I can give you directions.
And they open when?
We know.
The smithy is usually open just shortly after the crack of dawn. Audir doesn't mess around. He puts in a full day's work.
That's what I figured.
Um,
So,
Quilena usually 9-ish.
I'll start with the smithy then.
Okay. All right. Well, you head that direction, and you hear it before you see it. You hear the familiar ring of hammer on metal.
I just follow the sound.
And you see simple adobe building, reinforced door, several brick chimneys rising up out of it, and the main entrance, there is a regular door that's closed, but then there are two like barn doors that are wide open, and you can see industry going on.
Walk in and say, "Good morning to you."
You see one guy at the forge working on what appears to be some sort of bladed weapon kind of look up and go, "Oh dear! Customer!" Keeps hammering. And you see coming out of a door that looks like it might lead to where that other door would open into, a probably middle-aged dwarf, darker skin, short auburn hair, neatly trimmed auburn beard, wearing tan gloves and a black leather apron that shows lots of nicks and cracks. The dwarf walks up to you and goes, "Good morning."
Good morning, sir. I'm looking
Ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am. I'm here this morning looking for some arrows to replenish my stock.
Huh. All right. Well, let me go check and see what we've got ready for sale this morning.
Very good.
Disappears back in the office. Make a perception check.
Apparently I wasn't perceiving booze. Perception.
kind of hard to see under the apron.
24.
You hear someone behind you chuckling.
I flash a grin at the guy at the hammer.
And he says, I hope you got plenty of time.
Why is that?
She's not going to be back for a bit.
Why is that?
'Cause you called her, sir.
Do you mind if I take a look around while she's mulling that over?
Feel free, just try not to get in anybody's way, okay?
I'll do what I can.
You wander around a little bit, and basically what you see is lots of armor and weapons and wagon parts and maybe axles and all sorts of different things in process. But you don't see any finished materials.
Okay. So
How long do you want to wait?
I head toward where I last saw her disappear.
All right. It's there's a door in the wall.
And I say toward the door, well, I'm sorry, but I am a bit pressed for time, so I guess I'll have to take my business elsewhere today. I hope you have a good day, ma'am. And I start to head out.
Okay. So you head out. No one stops you.
Okay.
The guy says as you're leaving, if you can wait, come back tomorrow.
If I haven't found them elsewhere first.
He looks around and goes like this towards you, like, come here. Because he's still hammering. Do you go over?
Yeah.
He says, try the Emporium. They're not quite as good quality, but they're good. They're just not up to her standards.
I don't suppose you can sell hers to me outright.
No, I make them. I don't sell them. She sells them.
I don't suppose you could go and get her for me.
I could, as long as you're willing to offer me a job afterwards, because she'll probably fire me.
I offer him a gold piece and say, would this make it worth your trouble?
No.
No.
Okay. Well,
I mean,
I'll...
it's kind of you, but, you know, steady job kind of outweighs a gold piece.
Sure. Well, I'll just take my business elsewhere.
All right. Have a good one.
Will do. I head toward the Emporium. You
All
said
right.
that they open at 9?
Yeah. Yeah. So it's probably like 7:30 if you were going out really early. So
I'll just wander around and see what else is open. Maybe there's, I'm assuming that there may be like wagons set up, like a marketplace kind of thing.
actually not in Aermagh. Basically everything is storefronts or you don't sell stuff.
Okay, well, I'll just wander around and look at the storefronts then.
All right. Let's see.
Acquaint myself with the town.
Well, you head back south from the Dead Orc's Mace, back kind of toward where Arabelle's house is.
Can we have the Aermagh map instead of the Aecathan map?
Sure.
If you have that.
I'm looking at it right now.
Oh, we are
So-
not.
Let me go ahead and get that pulled up for you.
Sorry. It would be amazing if you were able to do that for us.
Well, it doesn't have any of the places marked, but
It's okay. It's nice to know where we are at.
zoom in here. So let's see.
You don't have to point them out. I was just...
The Dead Orc's Mace is up here. And so you head back down. You wander past this place, which bears a sign reading the Marvelous Sigil, but it does appear to be closed. And you make your way over to here, which is where Euphastus's Emporium is. And you can see through the window, you can see people moving around. It looks like a couple people who work there getting things set out and ready to open, but they're not open for business yet. That's about all the stuff that's in Merchant's Ward. If you want to wander elsewhere, then there's other things to see, but you'd have to go into...
How much time do I have? About an hour?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll just kind of keep wandering around the Merchant's Ward. And you said, or move toward the West Ward?
Either west or south. There's more in West Ward than in South Ward.
All right, then I'll head that way.
Okay. You kind of cut through the buildings like here to get into West Ward, and you find down here a place called Soulbard Livery Stable, which
Nice.
does seem to be open. Definitely smells of horses. But the couple that you see look very healthy, well taken care of. As you make your way sort of northward up that street, when you get up here, you find yourself passing next to a sort of a black marble rotunda. Make a religion check.
21.
Ooh.
I rolled a 19.
With a 21, you immediately are able to identify the symbols for Pharos, which is the god of death. And this is clearly the place where people take their loved ones once they've passed on, to have their proper rites performed and to have them interred wherever they intend to be their last resting place. And you smell on the air food, and you look to the left, to the west, and here you spot what seems to be some sort of inn, and hanging out front of it is a sign that's just rather dangerous looking talon.
I follow my nose.
Okay. You wander in, and you find yourself in kind of an interesting inn.
Okay, I head toward the first person I see who looks like they're employed there.
Okay. You see that it's still relatively early. There are probably about a third of the tables in the main room that have people at them, and you see a young halfling woman wandering through the tables, clearly knows her way around the place.
I say good morning.
And she looks up and says, "Oh, good morning. I'll be right with you. Sit wherever you like."
I take a seat.
And just a couple minutes, and she kind of walks up and says, "Well, welcome to the Theranos Talon. First time here?"
It is.
"Oh, well, welcome to ya.
Thank you.
I'm Mirla. I'll be taking your order and getting you whatever you like. And would you like something to drink? We've got coffee. We've got tea. We've got a nice apple cider."
I would love a cider.
"Excellent choice. All right, I'll be right back and take a peek. If you look up there on that board, we've got the breakfast specials up there. And if there's something that you're interested in that you don't see up there, go ahead and ask. The worst I can tell you is we don't have it right now."
Thank you.
"Welcome." She wanders off.
I look around the room, check out the other people who are dining.
It's a fairly nice place. A lot of the people in here, if you had to guess, they look like merchants. And you're guessing, given that this is on the sort of the western edge of town, that they're probably either coming in to do business or they're headed out. There are a few people there who look like, a little bit better dressed, and you figure maybe these are shop owners that are, breakfasting before they go and open their stores or whatever.
Is there someone sitting fairly close to me that looks like a prosperous merchant?
Yes, actually. Hold for a moment. I will get you the description here. You see a half-elven woman. She's a little stockier than is typical for half-elves, but she's wearing rather fine clothing. Looks like it might be silk, dyed bright green and yellow. And she's wearing a necklace with a beautiful green gem in a golden clasp, and you see that she's got a couple rings on her fingers. She has black hair, which she currently has up in a bun, and it looks like she's eaten. She's just sort of lingering over a cup of coffee.
Well, I lean toward her and say, "Good morning. I hate to interrupt as you break your fast, but I wondered if you might know who would be the best merchant for arrows and that type of supply."
Oh, well, probably me, actually.
Really?
I don't think we've met before. I'm Quilena Sweethris.
Lauren.
Oh, it's a pleasure to meet you. Are you new come to Aermagh?
I am.
Oh, you picked a dangerous time to visit the capital, Fortunately,
I get that impression.
Fortunately, my establishment is far enough in that we haven't experienced much of a threat yet, but I'm sure it's only a matter of time. But for now, we're fully stocked, and we'll be open as soon as I finish my coffee and wander over that direction. I'm sure my employees are already preparing the store.
And what kinds of supplies might I expect to find there?
Oh, we're a general store. We have a little bit of everything. We definitely have arrows. We sell them by the dozen, and they're made by a local Fletcher, and they're not masterworked by any means, but they are quality, and they will fly straight.
Sounds good to me.
Excellent. Well, after you enjoy your meal or drink or whatever you're here for, I look forward to seeing you in the store.
Okay, if you could just give me the directions to your shop, I'd be happy to come by.
Oh, yes, it's Euphestus's Emporium, and she gives you directions and you realize you've already been past it.
Okay.
It's easy to spot.
I will be happy to give you my business.
Excellent. Well, we'll be happy to take it.
Very good.
All right. Well, this is your first time here in Aermagh, I assume first time in the Talon as well?
It is.
Do yourself a favor and get the donuts.
Really?
Oh, yes.
Will do.
I'm sure that Mirla will suggest that to you anyway, but get the donuts. You'll be very pleased. You do like sweet things.
Always.
Then you will be very happy.
Very good.
Ah, I see she's coming back, I believe with your drink. So, Mirla. Donuts. She'll have some donuts. Oh, doing my job for me, are you? All right. Are you all set? Yes, I think I should probably go open my store since I know of one customer who's coming already.
Indeed,
Oh.
and I think I'll get my donuts to go if that's all right.
Oh, absolutely. All right. Well, I'll leave the money on the table. Take your time. Right. All right. Well, Kalana, you be having a good day. And we'll see you tomorrow for breakfast? Of course. All right. All right. Well, here's the cider. Now, I do have to say that unfortunately, this batch hasn't yet chilled, so I'm going to do something to chill it. Please don't be alarmed. It's harmless.
Okay.
And she reaches out, and you see her little brow furrow in concentration, and then you see the outside of the glass suddenly covered in condensation. And she goes, I'm just learning that, and it's so helpful. I just chilled the drink for you, so it'd be nice and cold.
Great job.
Thanks.
And it is nice and cold.
All right, let me go get your donuts. So, you sit there. The cider is very nice. It's just sweet enough, but not overly sweet. There's a little tart in it too. And she comes back with a small sack, and the smell coming out of this is what you smelled from the outside.
Got it. They smell divine.
They're very popular. I just saw, I guess I can call her an old friend at this point.
She come in to get some this morning. She's back in town. So...
Ah, I wonder if your friend might be my friend.
What's your friend's name?
What is my friend's name? Arabelle, that's right. I'm just drawing a blank.
Oh, small world. That is exactly who it is. Do you travel with her?
I do.
Oh my goodness. Then, well, it's very nice to meet you. What did you say your name was?
Gwen
Lauren. I'll try to remember that. Well, you've already got plenty of donuts waiting for you back at her place, I'm sure. But definitely enjoy these too.
Will do. It never hurts to have more donuts.
And let's see, that would be a total of 1 silver and 4 copper.
I give her 2 silver.
Oh, and just as kind as the Lady Arabelle is as well. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day.
You too. Just adjusted my inventory accordingly.
Right.
All right, so I'm going to take my cider with and finish my cider and donuts on my walk to the store.
Okay. Well, you get there just as Quilana is opening the door. And she just kind of smiles and nods and ushers you in and walks you right over to where the bundles of arrows are stacked. And you can see they're a little rough, but not enough that it would inhibit them functioning as they're supposed to. And the fletching is actually quite nice.
Very good. So, how much are they?
Good question. Yeah. I'm just gonna go to the book for this, because I can find it faster.
They're about that price.
They are 7 silver, a bundle of 12.
Okay, so for a bundle of 12. So I am going to stock up and buy 9 bundles of 12.
Wow, okay. All right. Well, she gets you a couple pieces of twine and sort of ties the bundle up together so that you can just carry it.
Okay. Actually, you don't need to do that. I have my quiver, and I'll simply put them in there.
Oh, okay.
Or at least I'll put a bunch of them in there.
All right.
So I'll put, let's see how many it will hold. It will hold a lot. I'll put 50.
Okay. And that it comes out to 6 gold and 3 silver.
Okay. 6 gold, 3 silver.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then are there any other supplies like rations, like trail rations, that type of thing?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and those are all whatever the standard price is in the book.
Okay.
Almost back there.
Rations. 5 silver pieces for 1 day's worth.
Okay, so let's go with 10 days worth.
Okay.
And you
That's
said
5 gold.
okay. You said 5 gold, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then any fresh fruit or foods?
Not here.
Okay. Any like spices or herbs?
Pretty much anything that's dried, they would have here.
What would be a spice that might not be that common to have, like cardamom or like something that is more rare? Like how about saffron?
Saffron they do have.
Really?
Yeah.
How much is that running?
2 gold pieces an ounce.
Okay, so I would like to get 5 ounces.
Okay. That would be another 10 gold.
All right. Oops. Don't know what just happened to roll 20. I mean D&D Beyond. All right, so you said 10 gold?
Yes.
I can figure out what the heck just happened. Inventory.
That's okay. I'll just start singing "Hey Big Spenda" while you look up whatever it is that you're doing.
Okay.
Hey Big Spenda.
All
Dun
right.
dun dun dun
I'm
dun
good.
dun.
So I'm going to, now that I've made my purchases, hustle back to Arabella's place.
Okay. All right. It's a little after 9. Gwenlaren's been gone for over an hour.
We're not
And
worried.
It has no doubt dawned on someone that she's never been in Aermagh before.
She's a scout who knows how to take care of herself. She'll be back.
Yeah.
And about 10 after 9, she comes through the door
Oh yeah.
carrying a cloth sack and a bundle of arrows.
And
Looks like you found the Emporium.
I found a store. And then I offer the cloth sack to Arabelle and I say, I wanted to say thank you for the fine lodgings and especially for the hot bath. And here's a little something that you may find useful with your future culinary arts.
I look inside.
You see, there's a whole bunch of iron rations which you assume are hers, but there's a small leather satchel, small tiny leather bag, all cinched up,
Pull that out and hand her back her rations.
and you open and sniff it. It's saffron.
Well, this is a very generous gift. Thank you. Sure we'll all enjoy it.
I come around the corner, all fresh faced and squeaky clean, eating donuts with powdered sugar all over my face.
I had donuts as well.
Well,
Did you
you still have them.
Did you enjoy your walk?
I did. I got to meet some of the local citizens. Some of my encounters went well, some less so. But I got what I needed.
Excellent.
Are we ready to go?
Probably should start heading that way. It's on the other side of.
Do we have to wear our fancy clothes, or can we just wear clothes?
I'm I'm in my dress uniform with all of my
Resplendency.
yeah.
You are meeting with the Lord Mayor, who is also the commander-in-chief of the Aecathan army.
We don't have army clothes, do we? Did we get
No.
army clothes?
No.
Yeah. I got my
Are
fancy.
fancy clothes.
Yeah, you are wearing your fancy clothes.
I've got nothing.
I would wear your wizardy stuff.
I run back in and I start putting on. Hold on, and I run and put on all my wizardy fancy robes.
Okay.
I like try to smooth out the creases because they've been in our.
You could probably use prestidigitation to do that.
Oh yeah, I would. Somebody would probably tell me that, but I'm gonna start like rubbing them out, trying to.
I just
Make
do
it-
prestidigitation and smooth out the wrinkles.
Thank you. And then I smell myself, and I'm all ready to go.
Did we get something that denotes that we're like clan kin or something?
No.
Okay.
Tremane will be there.
Yeah. Okay. So I've got all of my, stuff that says I've got all my stars saying what my rank is and all that jazz.
All right. And you head out. From Arabelle's house, it takes about 10 minutes to get there.
Mm-hmm.
And you approach the outer gate, and you see Captain Warbender pacing.
Oh boy.
It should only be like 9:30.
Yeah.
Not late, are we?
No.
I
He's
thought
just
we were
nervous.
Still early, yeah.
We are.
Warbender.
Ah, there you are.
Everything will be all right.
I'm just hoping I don't get demoted.
You can always come on adventures with us.
I appreciate that. All right. Well, they're expecting us. I'll walk you up to the war room, and once you're up there, then I'll go to the throne room and await his lordship there.
As you wish.
We'll wait
Alright.
for you in the war room.
All right. Follow me.
And he takes you into the keep, through the main floor, which is mostly where you've been, up a rather ornate-looking flight of stairs, and then around a corner, down a hall, to a circular staircase that is equally as ornate, takes you up that, and then takes you down the hall all the way back to the front of the keep and into a room where you see a very, very large table, lots of chairs, and maps all over the walls, few on the table. You also notice two figures standing there looking out the window. One looks almost a little grungy. It's a hooded robe. And the other figure is wearing a very, very ornate hooded traveling cloak with the hood up. And so basically all you can see are the backs of these two figures. The one in the cloak is noticeably taller than the other one. And Warbender just goes, I'll leave you to this. We'll be back with you in a few minutes.
Yes, sir.
Deep breaths.
Yep. And he turns and walks back down the hallway.
Aralakis?
Huh? I should have known it was you. Get this summons. I got this. He kind of stumps over, walks up to Zorith, and just awkwardly wraps her in a quick hug.
Yay, I hug back.
Are you feeling better?
Back to my old self, really.
Good.
Good.
Yeah. Seems once they put your soul back in your body remembers after a little while. And mine is completely remembered. Even the aches are back. So, you know.
You're welcome.
Well, hey, I'm sucking in the air and I'm spitting out words again. So, yeah, I think we're doing pretty good. And needless to say, I didn't know if it was you involved in this. The summons came from the Lord Bonethane.
We sent him a message.
Yeah, I thought she sending it to him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he couldn't technically show up until there was a formal invitation.
Ah.
Yeah. That came through nice and loud, and well, let's just say Tremane didn't respond well.
I look over. Is it
Who's with him?
Is it? Why can't I think of his name right now?
And
Is it Tremane or Athar?
Aerlakis goes,
It's Athgar.
my lord, you might want to turn around and say hi to your friends.
Yay!
And he spins around, and you see it's Athgar.
Run over
Yeah,
and give him a hug.
Yeah, I
You're
figured
gonna
as
turn
much.
your back on us.
Oh.
What?
I'm sorry, I was captivated by looking out at this city. It's so very different.
Yes,
Oh,
it is.
right.
Have you been to the water yet?
I've seen it. We actually appeared in the teleportation room here in the keep, so I haven't actually been outside yet.
Oh.
I'm looking forward to hopefully stealing an hour. And Aerlakis goes, and he's, okay, half an hour. But this close to the ocean, I'm going to see it. My father be damned.
Aralakis, maybe if you gave Zori the teleportation circle address for the Thunder's Edge, we could just get Athgar home later.
Yeah, that's not gonna work. I mean, I can give you the circle address. We got it repaired.
Oh,
And,
fantastic.
I don't think Tremane's gonna have an issue with that since he's building you one. You just don't use the one I'm gonna give you after yours is finished.
Of course.
That will, be fine. But it's not a factor of getting him home. No, my father insists that he be briefed immediately upon the conclusion of this meeting.
Well, it is important, so I understand.
We do have big things to tell you.
Fairly certain of that. And either that or... He looks at Aerlakis, and Aerlakis goes, I told you they probably didn't know.
Know what?
You don't know of the tension between my father and Lord Bonethane.
Oh, we have some vague idea, but we really have to tell everybody at the same time.
Don't really care. I mean, we know, but we don't care.
We would hate one of them to be slighted because we told the other one first.
We probably could have just met with Lord Bonethane, but out of respect for your father, we wanted him to be here as well. Or at least you.
A proxy.
Yeah.
That is very good to hear. That will, I believe, and he glances at Aerlakis, and Aerlakis is like, says, that will mollify my father, I believe.
the
Good.
fact that you thought he should be the first to hear this as well.
Yes.
That will go a long way toward calming his ire at being summoned here.
Oh.
It was at our request so
Mm.
that helps.
Unfortunately, politically, you can't summon him here.
I know.
That
You
that's
caused a little ruckus by insisting.
Well, this will help. And especially if you have opportunity sometime soon to visit, and perhaps you can brief him in person and give him all the details that he will undoubtedly ask me about that I will not be able to answer.
Depending on how this goes, we might be headed that way very soon.
Excellent. I know that that Aloric will be happy to see you all, as will Wiggy. It's amazing what effect you have on people's lives. Wiggy has almost completely given up his more scandalous ways. He is fully invested in interior decoration.
Oh, that's hilarious.
He has even been requested to do a suite at my father's keep in the center of the city.
Wonderful.
That's amazing.
Well, yeah, your father doesn't know anything about that. That was me.
Well, thank you.
You can
Yeah.
still
Oh.
say he decorated a suite at the manor or at the keep. In the inner enclave, that's going to be a boon for his business.
And I hope you don't mind. I did pop in to check on the progress of your teleportation circle. And while I was there, I did kind of look around. As I was curious. I'd heard that he had been responsible for decorating your home. And I have to say, I was kind of impressed. He did a decent job.
Yay.
So is he doing your rooms? At the
Yes.
keep?
Yes, he is.
Wonderful.
Oh, so exciting.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to meeting with him. I hear he's kind of an interesting little guy.
He is indeed. He's quite the character.
That's definitely one way to describe him. And,
How are you, Athgar?
I'm well. I'm constantly in a state of daze because things have changed, and I am now regularly made a part of much of the decision-making for both enclaves, but especially for the outer enclave.
That's exciting.
As it should be.
I know you think that, my dear. You always did think more highly of me than I was capable of fulfilling.
At some point, I would love to catch up with you and tell you of my adventures and hear of yours.
Absolutely. When you come and visit, we shall avail Aloric of his best table and his best vintage and his best food, although I'm sure that whatever cook is making will be the best.
Superb.
And we shall take the entire evening and just catch up.
Ugh. Doesn't that sound good?
There's a lot.
I imagine so. At this
You
point,
have no idea.
At this point, the doors open, and you see the seneschal walk in and say, "Announcing the Lord Mayor, Commander-in-Chief of the Aecathan armies, Lord Bonethane." And he steps back, and Bonethane walks in, and you've only seen him a couple times, but Well, all 4 of you make an insight check. Let's do it that way.
I bow down.
17.
I'm too busy looking at my 5 and the floor to notice anything.
What'd you get, Pam?
With a natural 20, I got a 27.
God dang it.
Ooh.
I hate being left out all the time.
I've probably been exposed to him the most, so it might make sense.
You get the sense that he is absolutely furious. But he is working very, very hard to appear neutral and impassive. And he walks in and looks around, and you see his eyes flash a little surprise. And you see him relax a little bit.
I was led to believe that Lord Tremane would be attending this meeting as well.
Yes, sir. I am Aecathan Tremane, son of the Lord of Thunder's Edge, and I have been sent in his stead as my father is somewhat under the weather.
I see. Well,
Be welcome in Aermagh, son of Tremane. And you would be Aralacus?
it's Aralacus. Oh, of course, Aralacus.
Also, be welcome in Aermagh. Please, everyone, sit. That will be all. And he looks at the Seneschal, and the Seneschal nods and exits and pulls the doors closed. Bonethane sits in the center of the table. Warbender sits to his right. And he motions for all of you to just have a seat.
We sit.
We sit.
So, Warbender tells me that this is world-shattering information. But he would not tell me what it was. He said I should hear it from the source. When I was informed who the source was, I decided to accept his explanation, but my patience has grown quite thin, so please, what is this about?
My lord, we were tasked with the mission of finding very powerful allies against the dragons.
Tasked by who?
By Warbender, of course.
I told them to keep their eye out, and if they ran across anyone who could help us in our fight, to do their best to recruit them on our behalf. I see. Very well, continue.
And so we've learned that there may be good dragons.
Really?
Yes. They are metallic dragons. Gold, bronze, copper, brass, and silver.
I see. And have there always been these metallic dragons? And if so, where have they been?
Well, as it turns out, they were put in stasis by the chromatic dragons over 100 years ago. And the spell that caused their stasis is the reason for the shattering. And because of that, we had no knowledge of them.
That is very clear, as I have never heard of such things. Master Aermagh, for those of us not as adept at the legerdemain of Arcana, could you explain to me the concept of stasis? Oh yeah, it's easy. Imagine somebody's asleep, but it's not like sleep, it's more like unconscious, but not through harm, just sort of magically taken from awake to unconscious, and then sort of, well, imagine if somebody could make you kind of live in between 2 seconds. So you breathe in and you're frozen. Right like that. So you don't breathe, you don't think, your heart doesn't pump, you don't know anything, and you're just sort of held. So, a bit like being frozen? Well, yeah, except there's no cold, it's that effect, but it's just magically held, motionless, unconscious, unaware of the passage of time. I see. Thank you. Continue.
With a little help and a lot of luck, we were able to bring the dragons out of stasis. And because we freed all of them, they have made us dragon kin. They consider the 4 of us to be not just allies, but their friends and family. And because of this, and also maybe the desire for a little comeuppance, they are willing to fight the chromatics with us. They are very large, they are very powerful, and they are very intelligent, and they are good.
And they're mad as hell.
And they're pretty mad. Pretty mad.
So
but we wanted, yes.
You say there are now metallic dragons awake and roaming Aecathan.
Knew it.
Not necessarily roaming. They are able to teleport magically to their old lairs. And so they're lying low until we can make it clear to the good people of Aermagh that they are our friends and are not here to eat them. Because we would hate it for, unsuspecting citizens to attack their allies.
Which is part of the reason we wanted to tell both of the main cities at the same time, because it's definitely not something that should go through the far signals. And it's imperative that you both know. We respect you both so that you would know that you're first on our lists.
And Lord Athgar was with us in the ruins where we first found
Evidence.
clue that there might be these metallic dragons. Without his help, we would not have been able to find them.
It's true. He was integral.
Bonethane looks at Athgar, and Athgar actually is blushing just a little. They're very kind, your lordship. That's not entirely true, but yes, I was part of that expedition, which was led by Masters Obras and Indrus from the Tower of Azanor. And if I'm not mistaken, this knowledge was found in a pre-shattering book of children's stories.
True.
Children's stories.
Which is another reason we decided to tell you face to face, because, I mean, if it didn't come straight from us, would you believe it?
No offense. I'm not certain I believe it yet.
They're just waiting for a high sign from us to make their presence known.
Then they would
How?
like to meet with
How
you.
do they intend to do that?
We
He looks a little alarmed.
They're going to appear.
with
Well,
the both of the main cities, with the discussion and best solution for everyone. They will wait as long as it takes, but we don't want to take too long. I mean, we got to get some fire signal out and tell other towns that however you two decide to best make the world known of their presence, and that the shiny ones are friends, not foes.
they're here to help.
They are willing to meet.
Yes.
Would they fit in this room?
The good news is, because they're very powerful mages, they can appear in elven form if they choose.
They can shapeshift.
I see. And when would this meeting take place?
Well, it needs to be sooner rather than later, but between the two of these main cities, figuring out a way to facilitate, like, how do you want them to show up? Like, all at once, like, introduce them here. Town is this dragon, ones that look like this one don't shoot. And now it's like a circus attraction. It goes on to the next one. I mean, it's not like a circus attraction, but like however the two towns.
They're waiting for us to contact them to set up a time that is good for you, my lord.
I might suggest perhaps one dragon meets with you and one dragon meets with Lord Tremane, perhaps around the same time, so that you both get to see that they're real, and then we can move forward from there.
You hear a gentle
Who did that?
you look to your left, and seated at the end of the table is Mother Tassa.
Oh, shit.
And you see Bonethane look and immediately get up, and he's like, This room is warded. You can't teleport in here. How did you get in here?
This is Tassaprunatiel, the leader of the Gold Dragons.
We did not know she was going to do this. I just want to point that out.
But she's very powerful.
I was watching. I must confess, I was curious how this would go. And I could already see that this was too fantastic a tale for this good dwarf to accept at face value. So I felt that perhaps my presence would be wise at this juncture.
Is this room gonna be, and I'm DM asking, is this room gonna be big enough for her to
Oh no.
bamf out? Okay.
No.
Camp out.
The Lord slowly sits back down, and you see Warbender is sitting back down. He leapt up, pulled his sword, and was standing in front of Lord Bonethane, simply reacting to his alarm.
Sure. I mean, you know,
You
as one would.
know her.
Yes. Very well.
I think it's safe, Lord. Oh, very well. Warbender sheathes his weapon, and they both move back to their chairs, and then Bonethane motions for Warbender to sit, and then he gets up and walks down to the end of the table. How do I know that this is not some elaborate forgery? This is the most fantastic story I have ever been presented in all my years. And I am sorry, but my responsibilities preclude me from simply accepting all of this at face value. I understand. You have many, many people that you are responsible for, and clearly their safety is very important to you. That speaks well of you, much better than many leaders of this city I have known in the past. How large is your throne room? What do you mean, how large is my throne room? It's fairly large. Perhaps we should adjourn there. Why? Because I would hate to destroy this chamber to give you the proof that you need. He looks a little alarmed again, but then you see him processing. All right.
I think it's for the best.
And who is that?
Oh.
He looks at Warbender. He's like, who is that one? I don't know her.
This is Gwen Lauren. She's a new member of our crew.
When Laura
Fine,
Dune
friend.
Shadow.
Miss Dune Shadow. Warbender, let's retire to the throne room. And you will want to make certain that you have your guards leave for my safety and your own. Oh, now I'm getting very nervous.
Well, our word that she will not harm you.
If all is as you say, and you are not under some sort of magical compulsion, then that would be fine.
Aralakis, is there any way that you can zone of truth us, or whomever you would have to have a zone of truth on?
Well, yeah, I can do Zone of Truth, sure, but the more experienced you are, the easier it is to kind of toss that and say what you're going to say anyway, so... yeah, I'm not sure that's really going to do much good.
Well then, come find out.
Lord Tremane, if I may, I am a somewhat accomplished bard and swordsman at this point. I pledge you protection. Interesting. Warbender? Aye. You're gonna keep an eye on all this. And if anything looks hinky, you call in whoever you need to. Aye. I'll do that. Don't worry. All right. Let's adjourn to the throne room. See if we can get this sorted out once and for all. And he gets up, motions for Warbender to precede him, and then Warbender opens the doors, and the two of them walk out.
We all are following, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll stand next to Tassa and walk with her. Mother Tassa.
I hope that this is not going to cause more trouble than it will solve, but it seemed clear that he is a suspicious man.
Well, it's not like... I mean...
Well earned.
Yeah.
I sense that to be true. Well, let us not keep the good Lord waiting.
We'll do our best to keep you safe as well.
I am not worried about me, child.
We'll know that we've got your back if we need to.
And I appreciate that. Let us go. So, Athgar trots up to walk next to Gwenlaren and says, "Is that really a dragon?"
Nope.
Yeah, speak up. That mic.
It really is.
That's... I'm trying to believe. I am, but she looks so old and so frail. And that's definitely not what one thinks of when one thinks of a dragon.
We traveled with her for many days without knowing the truth, although some of our group did suspect something of the kind.
I see. I can't wait to hear the whole story to this.
Wait till I tell you about the time that the god of chaos taught me how to swim.
The one from the temple?
Yeah.
No.
It's been a really busy couple of days.
Gwenlaren, make a history check.
Didn't he meet Sakuthos?
No.
You have not been back to Thunder's Edge since Sakuthos started journeying with you. Say again?
16?
16. You realize that you're conflating two deities.
Ah.
The god of chaos was the god from the temple. Costas is the god of trickery, and he's a current god. The god of chaos from the temple is a pre-shattering god.
Oh. I clarify.
Wait.
It didn't help.
Costas taught you to swim.
Yes.
He sent you the knowledge?
No, he had an avatar who literally helped teach me to swim. I swim now.
It's been a
Something
long-
that I look forward to having the opportunity to have you teach me. But clearly there is so much more to the story than I'm going to get on short notice.
Oh, yes.
Well, oh, look, the throne room.
Buckle up.
Throne room. I'm gonna lean and I lean towards him and say, "It's only gonna get more interesting."
Oh.
I whisper to Athgar, "Do you carry a flask?"
Not for official visits, no.
That's a shame.
Well, we'll see. And you see that the Lord Mayor has walked in and walked up the small dais to where his throne sits. And Warbender has gone around the room and dismissed all of the honor guards. And they're all kind of looking, as he says to each one of them that they're dismissed for now, they all look at the Lord Mayor, and he has to kind of like, yes, yes. And after they all leave and the last one closes the door, Tassa walks to the center of the room and says, "Lord, would it be possible for the rest of the assembled to join you up there?" "I suppose it would be safest."
Good goddess.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm super, super fucking nervous right now.
Tremane's gonna kick himself for not coming.
What was I gonna say? Zorith is palpably sweating, like just drenched, and is also Zorith in her mind is like, "Oh Lord, let this be her," and "Oh Lord, let this go well," and like, you know, like, let it actually be her, let it actually go well, like everything work out the way it's supposed to. But I will sweatily walk up.
Arabelle is perfectly calm and has absolute faith all will go well, and walks up like it's not a big deal at all.
Athgar and Arelakis walk up and stand on the lowest step of the dais.
I'm bouncing on my toes. I'm super excited for everybody else to know what I know.
That plays.
It's like Christmas morning.
Warbender comes walking back and looks at Tasha. "I hope you know what you're doing."
Me too.
And as the last person steps up on the dais, there is a sort of the sound of exploding air. And sitting, hunched down, wings mostly furled, is a massive golden dragon. And you see something he probably wishes you didn't. You see raw shock on Bonethane's face. Just... And Tassa leans her head down and she says, "It is still me, Lord. This is just more me." And he kind of levers himself up off the chair and glances at Warbender and then begins to slowly walk down the dais. And he walks right up to this massive dragon and just kind of tentatively reaches out and puts his hand on her front leg.
Right. It is no magics. No illusion magics.
This is real. This is a gold dragon.
Master Aermagh. Yeah.
That was the best response.
May I request you further indulge me? I would ask that you cast Dispel Magic as powerfully as you are capable of doing. Okay. On her? Yes.
Will true seeing be better?
And he kind of looks up at the head of the dragon, and she says, I understand his hesitation. It will do me no harm. Cast your spell.
Okay. If I can remember how it goes. I seem to have forgotten just about everything I've ever known. Oh yeah.
And he begins casting a spell. Zorith, you recognize it. And he,
Oh, I don't know if I would.
yeah, he's a sorcerer.
I don't think I have Dispel Magic.
No, but you recognize the language. I mean, you know, you
Got it.
You are even though you can't cast it, you know of it.
Got it.
And he lets loose the spell, and it you see the lights on the wall go out.
Oh.
And Tassaprunatiel holds up a paw and whispers something, and a glowing globe of light appears. And he's still got his hand on her leg, and he's looking up, and he's like,
All right. I beg your forgiveness, noble dragon. But I'm sure you are familiar with the concept of something being too good to be true. And as you have said, I do have a country to protect. And I am in a war. I understand this. This is why I have come. These four have spoken truly everything they have told you. Myself the rest of the Golden Sept, and the members of the other 4 septs of metallic dragons. Stand ready to assist you in throwing off this invasion by the chromatics. But before we can do so safely, you must help these 4 complete the task that I have given them, which is to tell the rest of your people about us, and tell them in such a way that they will know when they see us that we mean them no harm, that we are here to fight alongside them, not against them. Very well. For good or ill, I choose to believe this is true. And it falls upon my head if I have chosen wrongly. What would you have me say? Well, that is up to you. You know your people best. I have met many of them. For the last 125 years almost, I have been traveling as the matriarch of the Susaren. So I have traveled everywhere. I have met so many people of Aecathan. Some kind, some cruel, but more kind than anything else. So I know them some, but you know them from a position of leadership. I am learning what it means to be a leader. I have only very recently been appointed to lead not only my sept, but the assembled septs. So I am afraid I have little counsel to give you. But I would recommend use what you know of the people. You have undoubtedly advisors. You have witnesses to the entire restoration of my kind in the persons of these 4. Perhaps they can assist you.
If I may, Lord Bonethane, I wonder if people like to talk and share stories and sometimes exaggerate them, but perhaps a demonstration between Erlakis and Zorith, perhaps an illusion of a red dragon off the shore and Tassa saving Aermagh from it, to show that there's a different kind of dragon willing to fight the other dragons and word would spread.
If I may, perhaps something a bit less potentially catastrophic, but something that you said made me think, as if you will forgive me
Lord, and Bonethane just kind of nods at him like, go on. As I said, I have studied as a bard. And perhaps it should be through my kind.
Song.
Myself, Tasha, the bards of Aecathan.
Who's that guy we just met?
Perhaps we should begin to tell the story and pass it from tavern to tavern, from town to town. Perhaps Tassaprunatiel. He kind of stumbles over the unfamiliar name. Even the Susaran could be part of this. They could take the story with them. I know that from what I have seen and what I have heard, that there are accomplished actors amongst the Susaran. Perhaps a play telling the tale of how these four facilitated the return of the good dragons who have come back to help save Aecathan. Perhaps if we get people intrigued with the story, then telling them through proclamation that the story is true would not only ease the populace into this amazing concept, but it would bring them hope. They would gain hope from the stories, and then to find out that the stories were true would amplify that hope. If nothing else, it would raise the spirits of the country. He looks around and looks at Tasha and says, "You're also a bard. What do you think? Could this work?"
I think it could. I think that's an excellent idea. I've already started writing a song.
Oh, excellent. How soon will it be finished? And can you notate it? Can I take it with me?
I will have it done by tomorrow.
I fear I will have to wait until the next time you come to visit.
Oh, don't worry. I will bring it to you soon.
We need to head to the Susaran, and coming to Thunder's Edge would be the fastest way to get there.
Yes.
Might I add that it might be a good idea, after the play has made its rounds, to have a festival celebrating the return of the dragons, and in that, as the culmination of that festival, have the dragons make an appearance. This would present them in the most positive light, and for some people, only seeing is believing. So being able to actually see the dragons and see their peaceful nature toward the people of this realm would be the best way to convince people of the truth.
I like it.
There is definitely something in what you say. Would your kin... You see, Bonethane is searching for the right words. Be willing to participate in something like this. And Tassa says, I believe I can convince them, yes. And by the way, this young man has an excellent grasp of how to persuade.
We actually, no. Reynard de Kagan. That's how you say his name.
Yep.
I wouldn't butcher it.
That's close.
We saved his life once.
And I look at Mother Tassa as the dragon, and I say, we saved his life in that town.
He rather owes us a favor.
Yes, and
And killed us.
if you were to track him down and maybe appear, I don't know, like you know yourself better than that, like, or we to try to get a song to him, since he is one of the traveling the north exclusively with a definite name that precedes him. If we were to,
I have heard him perform. He is an able singer. He would do well, I think.
try to get it to him as well.
So, can we come up with a timeline so that I can begin to prepare the later steps?
Might not hurt to bring in some of the underground information networks. Fiessa.
Yes, she would be helpful.
I just look at her.
I don't have to like it because it's the right thing to do.
I think to myself, oh,
No.
That was so hard for her.
Bonethane looks at Arabelle and smirks, just like,
I don't much like her either, lady. But she is useful.
I know. It's terrible.
When one is seeking allies, one takes what one can get.
That's why I suggested it.
Killcross.
I don't have to like it.
I will finish the song tonight. I can have it ready for notation tomorrow. I can give it to the head of the bards and have that person disseminate it to all of the bards.
Temples of Dressfiend.
Yes.
We've made good friends with Ron Anvil and Romani. We know the mayor of Sandy Cove. They'll trust us.
We actually have a lot of people who will trust us.
And so the first step would be to get it to the head of the Church of Dressfiend, so that that person may pass it on to all of the bards and get them out singing the song. And then we will go to the Sasaran and have them create a play and start performing it. I imagine it's going to be at least 2 months before we could start talking about the festival.
I look to Mother Tassa. The Sasaran aren't going to come out of the winter hiding. I don't say hiding. Their winter home yet. We'll find someone else to do it.
Dragons can go undetected that long.
Well, I am certain that there are those among the citizenry of Aecathan who are serving as eyes and ears for the chromatics and the orcs. So this will get to them. But not knowing where the metallic dragons are, this should keep them safe in the interim.
All right. Let's see.
But I do believe that perhaps we can speed this along.
How so?
Warbender.
Yes, sir.
When Lieutenant Greenvale finishes her song, utilize all of the military's arcane casters and disperse the song far and wide. Make it available to anyone, not just the bards.
Aye, we can do that.
I asked Tassa, how long can the dragons go without being seen by the local citizens?
If I ask them, they can go for some time. It will mean that they will have to be very careful hunting for food. But otherwise, we are usually content to remain in our lairs for extended periods. And I have heard from some of the septs that most of the old lairs remain. Some of them had new inhabitants that had to be convinced to take up residence elsewhere. But fortunately,
will those inhabitants spread the word?
Doubtful.
You, bear, get out of my lair. No?
What if there's an assault, though, between now and then?
We will have to fend for ourselves as best we can. We have survived thus far. I hope we can survive another month.
There is a, you, as of right now, you might be able to go back to where we found you if they need to, some of them perhaps. But
that would be the first place that the Thwil knew.
That's true, and the chromatics will check.
Oh
yes.
no, we will not return to the Conclave Cavern.
Nope.
Okay.
Never.
Okay.
Should be destroyed.
No.
We have already begun that.
Oh. Alrighty then. Well then, let's say we could plan for the festival in a month's time.
The only problem I have with the festival is if those know it's coming and the people who are bad will take advantage of it and bring the chromatics out and...
Well, it's very simple. We will not advertise our appearances.
Yeah.
This will simply be a festival in honor of this new story, which at that point will have been confirmed as true.
Excellent.
Our appearances will be simultaneous and a surprise to all attending these festivals.
Is there a way that we can train the bards and spread the word within a 2-week period? It seems that if we could do this in a fortnight, then fewer people would be at risk from additional attacks by the chromatics.
That would be a miraculous task, but I'm afraid information does not quite travel that quickly.
Yeah.
We could get the larger population areas, of course,
But it's the outlying areas that we need the extra time to make certain that they know of this as well.
Hashtag set-top boxes.
All right. Well, it appears that we have a plan.
12% of a plan.
I have a request, and it is a large request, and I know that it is uncomfortable, but because we are well known in different places, Thunder's Edge is gifting us with our own teleportation circle. But until then, if you were to trust me with yours, it would help us getting back here quickly. I would ask for any that you would be willing to spare, but I know that each town has their own limits on those. But if I could learn this one at least, and I look at Aerlocus, perhaps the one in Thunder's Edge, that would facilitate us being able to travel more quickly and spread a little, disseminate the information faster.
Could we not use these to send bards to different regions throughout the land and spread the word that much faster?
Well, there are already bards all over the country. We need only get the information to them.
Exactly.
And I will say, Tasha, that the idea of using the church to help disseminate this information is brilliant. I had not even thought to involve them. But, yes, speaking on behalf of my father, whether he approves of it or not, I'm giving you my word, as son of Lord Tremane, that you will have the information that you need so that you may return to us quickly whenever you wish.
Thank you.
As you know, you will always be welcome in Thunder's Edge.
Thank you. It will help.
Neatly done, son of Tremane. I see you've picked up a few of your father's less delightful habits. Well, I find myself neatly maneuvered into a situation where I have no choice but to equal the magnanimous gesture shown by our southern fortress.
It's more of an opportunity.
Be that as it may,
You
yes,
can say no.
You will have the information you need to arrive via magical means.
Thank you, my lord. Most kind.
I would always announce ourselves before we show up. I will do everything in my power to pre-announce.
You would then want to contact my seneschal.
Yes.
For Thunder's Edge, you can simply contact me. Or me. You can contact me. That's fine.
Either one is a grand excitement.
Ah. Very well. I think we have a plan. But this plan hinges on a certain lieutenant completing the song.
Yep. Gonna
So,
go do that. Gonna go do that right now.
I will leave you to that. And he still is standing there with his hand on Taz's leg, and he finally pulls his hand back and steps back a few feet to look up, and Tassa brings her head all the way down. And he says, "On behalf of my people, on behalf of all people of Aecathan, thank you. You have given me hope for the first time in a while. Hope is good. Hope keeps you looking forward toward the dawn and not toward the sunset. You will do well. And now, if you will excuse me, I must go find volunteers to attend fairs in a month's time." She turns her head and looks at Arabelle. "If you need me between now and then, you know how to reach me."
Yes, ma'am.
And she leans back and raises her forelegs and makes some gestures with her talons and vanishes.
Nice.
And that was the reason we wanted to tell both at the same time.
I will inform my father, but I am certain that he will want to discuss it with you for.
We'll be there soon, Edgar.
Good. If you will excuse me, my lord, I wish to take in a bit of your town before I am forced back to the desert. Of course. Athgar. I suspect you and I are going to get along a little bit better than your father and I. I certainly hope so. If it's any consolation, I don't get along with him very well either. You see Aralakis go.
And I
Bonethane
lean
kind
over and say to him, "Told ya."
Bonethane kind of chuckles. It's refreshing to meet someone so honest. Politics usually doesn't allow that. Well, you all have work to do, and I thank you for the work you've already completed. On behalf of the country, I thank you. Warbender.
Sir!
See that this young lady gets the information she needs to access the teleportation chamber. And good luck.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for listening to us.
And Warbender says,
All right.
well, yeah, let's go get the guard back in here before they eat themselves from worry. And let's get you what you need. And Aralakis says, well, that was interesting. And as soon as everybody's out of the throne room, he just stops and goes, okay, we're out of the throne room now. Stop being like diplomats for a second.
She was fucking huge!
She
We met
wasn't even
5
the
of them at
largest.
once.
Yeah.
There were 5 of them that big all at once.
Did you pee yourself?
No.
That close. That close.
But we had a little more time to get used to it.
Do you need fresh hose?
Nope.
You wore the brown hose, huh?
I'm good. Yeah. I wish I did.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yeah, you know what?
Athgar, go do what you need to do. I'm gonna go. Where's a good place to get a drink?
Wait,
Jojo's.
I'll take you there
Oh, all right.
if you will teach me the very last, like, I'm assuming for this is like last last sigil, and then everything else except for like that sigil on the side, and then when you put that into this other, then it'll make the full thing.
Well, I've got parchment and pen and ink. I'll scribble it out for you.
Okay. Well, I'll show you where Jojo's is. Is everybody gonna go down to the beach?
I actually I wanted to run an errand. We don't have to run through it, Jeff, but
Okay.
I'm gonna go back to the house and write the damn song.
Can she be blessed for that?
blessed.
Do I?
What that would give her to saving throws.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean, I could guide her.
it's okay. I've got an idea.
Can you inspire yourself?
no.
And no,
No. She can inspire others.
Can Athgar inspire Tasha?
Except that Athgar's going to the beach.
yeah,
I mean,
It's
it
okay.
lasts for a while, right? The thing.
it's all right.
All right. And as everybody starts to figure out exactly what it is they're going to do now, that's where we're going to stop for the evening.
dang it.
But there's a lot going to be happening now.
Uh-huh.
And welcome to national politics.
Yippee.
We level again?
No. No.
You just changed the world, man.
For diplomacy?
You changed the world and you leveled. Now all you've done is tell people about how you've changed the world. You don't get to level for that.
Do we get any
Notoriety gonna go up?
points? Do we get any notoriety points? Yeah.
Not yet, but oh, if that play starts circulating,
We will.
yeah, your notoriety is going to jump
How can we-
dramatically.
How can we tell Reynard?
Oh, he'll get the message with.
He'll get the message. So,
All right.
all right.
Woohoo!
Good job, everybody.
Goodness.
And we will pick this back up next Tuesday night.
Oh my gosh, so excited.
Yep. Now, do remember, we do have another show tomorrow night, completely different, but starts at the same time, 7:30 p.m. Eastern U.S. time. Vigilante Training Academy. Superheroes deciding they don't want extremes. They want to, what's the phrase we're using? They want to live in the middle, where they have choices. And that's what the Vigilante Training Academy is all about. So we're probably going to finish getting our first student to official vigilante status tomorrow night. That's the goal anyway, but we'll see. So
Yay.
it's myself and Nikki and our friend Buddy, who's never played an MMO before.
He's doing really well, though. I mean, he's doing really well.
Yeah, well, he's practicing on his own too. Like he's
saw
playing like on his own outside of Wednesday nights too, so that's helping.
Yay.
Ooh,
So-
somebody might be addicted.
Yeah, he seems to be enjoying it.
Yeah.
So, all right. Remember, everybody, stay safe, stay sane. Once again, wear your mask. It's getting bad out there again, and nobody wants to get locked down again. So, if you can, get vaccinated. And one way or another, even if you've been vaccinated, if you're going to be around people, wear your mask.
Mask.
Just to be safe.
Little people still can't get the vaccine.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that's the biggest worry, and this Delta variant is like
Worrisome.
really, really catchy. So anyway, we just want you to be healthy, so that you can join us again next Tuesday night when we once again welcome you back to the lands of Aecathan. Good night, everybody.
night.